Well, hello, Bat fans. It is Batman Day. Yeah, we're going hard in the paint. We are going hard in the paint, right, Bruce? I mean, Batman. Yeah. So I was going to do my collectibles today, and then I thought, well, some of you might be doing other stuff on Saturdays, so why don't I do that Sunday? Besides, not all my collectibles are Batman stuff, so I figured let me just do all of that on a separate day, on a day that more people might be able to watch. Because on Saturdays, people are, you know, going out, making babies, getting drunk, that sort of thing. So, um, I thought, let me do something else. It would still be fun, but well, we'll see how this goes. Hopefully, you guys like this. Hey, baby Mahal. So, um, hopefully, some people drop in. What's up, Carlton? What's going on? Um, Mahal, I was thinking. So, I wanted to do a live where I go over all my collectibles. I was thinking, could you possibly take out? I know they're all boxed up, but could you possibly take out the stuff that the collectibles I have over there? The like the Star Wars Lego, the Jollibee stuff. Because I think you got me a Jollibee's Batman thing, right? That and all the other stuff. Like, um, maybe the stuff you got on the hikes too, but definitely like all the toy collectible type stuff. Would you be able to do that? If not, that's fine. But I wanted to show like all my collectibles. So hello everyone in the chat room. Uh, Today was Batman Day. If you guys don't know, September 20th is Batman Day for 2025. The day changes every year. They don't have a set day for it, so I don't know exactly why. I'm guessing it falls. I'm guessing because it's not the same day every year because it falls on the maybe the last Saturday of every September. I'm not sure how it works. Hey Faith. But yeah, so guys, this is Batman Day, and because of that, I thought, why don't you guys ask me Batman questions? Any questions revolving Batman or superheroes in general, but anything involving like Batman, superheroes, or martial arts, but Batman most specifically. And here I have one of my favorite uh, figures from 1989. It released right, when the movie came out, made by Toy Biz. He has like a retractable belt right here. I have like, how many of these do I have? Okay, I have this one. There's two right here, and there's two of them. One is in mint on card in there, and the other one's loose. Uh, I have another one. I have another one like not too far from me, and then I have another one in my crate of collectibles, which I'm going to show you guys tomorrow. Um, I'm and I'm just talking about of just this guy. If I'm talking about other versions of him, I got even more than that. I'm just talking about this specific one. Um, how many? Yeah, it no one in the yeah. So that's already one, two, three, four, five. Then there's one on my bookshelf. This mint also mint in card, but I put it in a graphic case. Oh no, I'm sorry. There's two in the crate. So all right, so one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Seven of them. Yeah. Seven of them. As you can see, is one of my favorites. I don't have the superpowers one because that one's more expensive to collect. Also, I when the superpowers collection came out back in the early 80s, I wasn't even into it back then. Like, and I, which is weird because I loved the Super Friends growing up, but for some reason I never got into the superpowers collection, except for the Batmobile because I saw my cousins had it, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. But I never got into the superpowers for whatever reason, nor did I get into the Secret Wars action figures for Marvel. They both came out around the same time. I think Secret Wars came out first with their action figures, and then a year later, Superpowers came out for the DC figures. And then if you go even before that, Mego had licenses to both Marvel and DC. Carson's why does Batman need prep time before taking on an enemy? The prep, okay. So the prep time thing is a bit of like that's a like a fan theory thing. That's it's like not really true in the comics so much. It became a thing. It became like a fan theory thing that among amongst like DC Comics fans and Batman fans specifically that given enough prep time, Batman can defeat anyone. But obviously that's not true. He can't defeat anyone. He's still just a regular man who just has reached the pinnacle of human performance. Um, but he, I mean, there's been times he's beaten people without prep time because he literally didn't have prep time to do it. Like he just went off and did. You also have to remember he's the second he's the second smartest person in DC Comics. The first being Lex Luthor. Um, which they changed it but he was always in the top 10 of smartest people, but he didn't use, but they boosted him to the second most intelligent person in all of DC Comics. So sometimes he doesn't have prep time. He can just think of stuff on the fly to defeat someone. Also, he is the greatest martial artist in DC Comics. Just like in Marvel, the greatest fighter is Iron Fist, not Shang-Chi like a lot of people thought. Although Shang-Chi is like probably number two in Marvel, but yeah, he Iron Fist is so many there's so many Marvel superheroes that are like fractional images of Batman. Like they all take like aspects of Batman and made them into Marvel heroes. We have Iron Fist, who's this um, this rich billionaire who goes overseas to train and becomes the world's best martial artist and comes back to America and becomes this, vigilante superhero. Of course, Iron Fist does have a superpower though. Batman doesn't. Then you have Punisher, who takes on the vigilante version of Batman and just amplifies it and becomes a parody of Batman. Um, as he will murder people. Uh, Daredevil is very much obviously like Batman. He's of the Marvel street level superheroes. He's probably the most Batman esque. Just not with. He's just not as smart or as rich. But he's very bat like. I mean, he can do. You know, he has his sonar and all that sort of stuff. But um, then there's the what's that guy's name? The something not the I was thinking the Phantom, not the Phantom. The guy they made the MCU TV show 3 years ago, which wasn't very good. He's an aspect of Batman, and who else? Captain America obviously is because they're all these street level superheroes are sort of like super soldiers in a sense. Um, Wolverine has certain aspects of him, of of his darker nature, uh, and probably someone else that I can't think of. But yeah, a lot of those Marvel heroes I like, and it seems like I like them because they take aspects of Batman. That's why Daredevil, and I love Daredevil and Captain America. Not so much Punisher, although I like the live action version of him played by John Bernthal. But yeah, but getting back to your question, yeah, he doesn't need prep time to defeat an enemy. That's just like a fan theory that he can defeat anyone given enough prep time, he can defeat anyone. But in a lot of the books, he doesn't get prep time to defeat people. He can just think he can think like on multiple levels of chess, in real time when he's interacting with enemies. Oh, okay. Someone named Batman Bats. It says Batman is a genius with technology and peak human strength. Yeah, peak human strength, peak human endurance, peak human agility. Um, he like when you run down his list of skills, it like they say he's just a regular man, but no regular man could do all the stuff that he does. Like a, a, a man could do some of the things that he does, but not all of them altogether. he he's low level. He's a low level metahuman without being a metahuman. Although he has been once classified as a metahuman because he once healed himself with nth metal. So nth metal is a supernatural. I mean, not a well. It's an alien element, nth metal, which I think Hawk Girl's um, mace is made of nth metal, and he once used nth metal to heal himself. So um, uh, Amelia, I forgot what's the chick that runs Argus, the black chick. She classified Batman as a metahuman because after he used his nth metal to heal himself from a deadly wound, it kind of made him younger and stronger. So she was saying, oh, well, he's a metahuman. Carter says Batman animated series. He was throwing overweight men. He was throwing overweight men with one arm. That's super strength to me. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he can bench press 1,000 pounds, so it makes sense. He can bench press 1,000 pounds. Again, there are people that can do the things that Batman do, but they can't just do. The problem is no one can do all the things that he does. Like there are people who can bench press 1,000 pounds, power lifters. I forgot what his. I have a book called the Batman Files. It gives a whole rundown of his fitness regimen, and it gives how much he lifts, like uh, his squat, his bench press, his clean and jerk, his running time, how often he runs, his workout routines, all that sort of stuff. So if you guys are really interested in knowing the ins and out of all of Batman's skills, buy this book called The Batman File. I first bought it when it first came out, and it was like $100, but now it's been out for like it's been out for mm, I'm gonna say it's about no, it I'm gonna say it's about 14 years old now. So the book should only run you about $30. But when I got it, it was like $100 because it first came out. It's really nice. Like it comes in like it has this. It comes in this encasing, sort of like a trapper keeper. So real CP, what's going on, brother? He said, "Did you see the Batman Ninja versus a certain area of Asian League animation movie that came out this year?" I saw the first Batman Ninja movie. I haven't saw the sequel yet. I haven't been in a rush to see the sequel just because I didn't like the original one. Like the weird thing about Batman Ninja was it was clearly written by. I mean, it was clearly first of all, I don't like the anime style, so that's what's kind of what kind of put me off to Batman Ninja. But besides the anime style, the other thing I didn't like was it seemed like the people who made it kind of forgot that Batman was already a ninja. Like he didn't go he didn't have to go back to the Edo period and then, you know, become a ninja in that era because he's already trained as a ninja in our contemporary period. So it was like weird. It's like Batman. It saying Batman Ninja was kind of like redundant to me. It was like saying it was sort of like saying ATM machine or pin number. Like ATM already means automatic teller machine. Pin number already means personal identification number. So saying pin number or ATM machine, um, Batman Ninja is sort of like redundant to that because it's like Batman Ninja. But yeah, it's just I didn't like the anime style. Then it just got weird at the end where like you had like they because it's like you assume like this is supposed to be like the 15th. I mean, this is supposed to be like I'm guessing like the seventh, the 16th or the 17th century Japan, and they got these mechas. They got these, you know, these mecha robots and all, and then the kaiju and all that. Spoiler alerts for people who didn't watch the first Batman Ninja. And then I didn't like the style they made, the way they made the Joker, and like it was just weird how all those characters ended up going back to the Edo period to fight Batman and to become warlords. I'm like, so how did all of his how did his rogues gallery fall into the past? Like that never like in the first like I said in the first movie, it was never really believable how all his rogues gallery found themselves in the Edo period and became like warlords that he had to take down. That so that was a little weird to me. But I haven't seen the sequel yet. If I mean if my homeboys want to watch it, because that's whom I watched it with the first time. I watched it with some friends. But if they you know, if they want to watch it, I'm cool with it. But I probably won't watch the second one just because I didn't like the first one too much. Um Carlin says, "Do you think Batman can go head up with Captain America?" Yes, he can. He's actually done so twice. So there's a Elseworlds. So for people who don't know, so in Marvel, when they do these alternative storylines, they call What If. The so and they actually made a TV show on based on the What If comic books. But the TV show is never nothing like the comic books. Like in the comic books, each each story is a one off story. Like they don't have like follow ups. Like it's not a continuous storyline outside of the Earth 616 mainstream Marvel universe. Like these are all like just different hypotheticals that could happen. So DC has his own version, which is Elseworlds, and in each Elseworlds is like a one-off story of different stuff that can happen. Like there's a great one with Batman versus Dracula. So he does a lot of crossover with Marvel superheroes and Elseworlds. There's one with Daredevil. There's one uh, versus the Hulk. There's one versus Captain America. And yes, and the one with Captain America, he wins. He beats Captain America. But he tells Captain America, he was like, man, uh, if you he said I beat you, but you would have eventually beat me because you would have, you know, I would have eventually tired and you would have beaten me. So he tells Captain America like if the fight had dragged on, you would have eventually beat me. But no, he did go against Captain America and he beat Captain America. Um, now I'm what I don't because I'm about to buy that on Amazon because it's that's not something it, that's it's not often one you can find in the comic book store unless they have like an old one because they haven't made reprints of it. So usually if you want like something back issue like that they haven't made reprints of it, the store usually has to order it for you unless they already have it somewhere in the store, and most of them don't. So um is one of those older stories that I have to order online. Um, what I'm not so what I don't know if it was one of those DC Marvel crossovers in which the fight happened, or whether it was in that Elseworld story with Captain America and Batman. Because so the Elseworld story with Batman versus Captain America takes place in the 40s. So this is supposed to be like golden age. So it was written in the 90s or two. It was written in the 90s or either early 2000, but the storyline takes place in the 40s in the gold, which is the golden age of comic books, in the 40s. And so you have golden age Batman with golden age Captain America, like the Captain America before he was frozen in the Antarctic and resurrected in today's and in today's age. So you got classic Captain America with Captain, excuse me, Cap with Captain America, both in their golden age versions of them, and they team up to go against Red Skull and Joker or whatever. And I believe in that comic book, the Joker shoots the Red Skull simply because he doesn't like Nazis, which is kind of funny because if people know anything about like the the American mafia, Cosa Nostra, the funny thing is all these guys who were criminals, they were very patriotic, like to the fact that Lucky, you know, Charles Lucky Luciano actually helped the Navy secure the borders of New York City against potential invasions from German U-boats, which were their versions of submarines that they used at that time for maritime combat and stuff. And so they organized the docks in places like Brooklyn and all over to protect them against invasion from Nazis trying to get into America. Because yes, the Nazis did try to get into America. Lucky Latina, I was like, not on my watch. And it was because of that he scored some favors from the federal government when he was eventually indicted. But that's a story for another day. But getting back to Batman, so in that storyline, I think Batman and Captain America team up to go against the Red Skull and the Nazis or whatever. So I think it's in the cross. So I think it's not in the Elseworlds with them teaming up, but in the DC Marvel crossover book where all the superheroes are fighting each other. That Batman versus Captain America happens and Batman wins. Also in Batman versus Hulk, he beats the Hulk too. I know that sounds wild, but when people are asked, but how? Because he's the goddamn Batman. uh, Real CP. Yeah, Batman Ninja vs. Yakuza League. Yep. I might watch it. Um, I just didn't like the first movie, but I might watch it. Carter says, "Do you feel that the Batman backbreak in the Dark Knight movie was lackluster? I wish it was more dramatic. I want Bane to really put pressure on him. Not really. It was realistic because I mean, honestly, if someone breaks your spinal cord, you're not gonna yell out like ah. It's just gonna be like ugh. And that's exactly what happened. And Bane breaking his back goes back to the uh the 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 Bane the stories. It was called the Bane of the Night storyline from the 90s, which first introduced Bane into the um into the Batman mythos. So the story went a little bit differently in the comic books. So Bane escaped from this uh, this penal colony somewhere in South America, and he was a child born into the prison just because his mother was, I think, a prisoner or something like that, or his father was something like that. So he was literally born into the prison and just was a part of the penal colony and grew up rough and rugged there. And he eventually escaped. But the thing was, he was a match for Batman. He was a brilliant tactician. So he wanted he wanted to fight Batman just for the sheer challenge of seeing if he could bring him down. Like that's what that's what he was. He wasn't like this guy front that was behind the the League of Shadows, which in the comic books is the League of Assassins. He wasn't behind the League of Assassins originally in the in the Bane of the Night storyline. Um, and so what happened is, this is how he actually beat Batman in the comics. He released everyone from Arkham Asylum and from the I forgot the name of the Gotham prison, the prison in Gotham. I forgot, but he released everyone from the state prison and from Arkham Asylum, and Batman spent several days, I think an entire week or so, but I think like an entire week, not sleeping, not resting, trying to catch every single criminal from Arkham Asylum and from the prison, bringing them back. And so when he finally caught all the criminals and got them back, got them reincarcerated, Bane had invaded the Batcave and fought him in the Batcave after he ceaselessly had been ceaselessly like fighting these criminals and bringing them back to incarceration for like a week. And Batman was so tired by that time. Mind you, this was already a superhero level. Like he literally went no days with sleep, catching every single criminal that was released from Arkham Asylum and from the state prison, just for Bane to break into the Batcave, killed the guy who works in the Batcave. He had employed this little person who was the guy who kind of invented a lot of the stuff that he had in the Batcave. He killed that person and waited for Batman to arrive just to fight him. And then Batman was eventually so worn out by that time that Bane defeated him and snapped him his back across his knee like he did in the movie. But it was way more epic in the comic books, obviously, because this just shows how badass Batman was. The fact the fact that you had to wear him out by making him fight several other super criminals for several days on end, and then wait to finally hijack him in his own home. Not to mention you're using his his venom drug that makes him super powered. It took all of that to defeat Batman. Now, I guess if they did that in the Christopher Nolan version in Dark Knight Rises, it would have been more epic. But the thing was, Christopher Nolan's universe was supposed to be more grounded in reality. This is why I always laugh when people say that Matt Reeves' 2022 movie, The Batman, is more grounded. I'm like, no, it's not. Christopher Nolan literally gave an entire trilogy, a film trilogy, in which it was supposed to be what would Batman be like if he was in the real world, a world where there are no superheroes. So Christopher Nolan already did that. Matt Reeves was literally I said so Matt Reeves was literally just reinventing the wheel, just with inferior products. But that's why it seems a little lackluster, because it wasn't as epic as what happened in the comic books leading up to Bane breaking his back. And then after that happened, Batman was gone for an entire year, and he got this guy named Azrael to take over for him as Batman, who ended up going too far because he was psycho. and Batman had to reclaim his mantle from Azrael. But yeah, that storyline got really metal. Real CP says, "What If" was interesting. Yeah, like the first season of What If on Disney Plus was good, but then every season afterwards got bad. It just became a girl boss thing, and it's like, why? Plus, I didn't like how they made like I didn't like how the episodes had to connect. Like each episode should have just been a one off. Like one of the best ones was the Marvel Zombies in season two. I think I think that was season two, right? Yeah, because season three was horrible. But in season two, when they did the zombies, so next month they're gonna do a whole spinoff of the What If Marvel Zombies and just make it their own thing because that was a huge thing in Marvel Comics 20 years ago. The Marvel Zombies, and they brought it back, and they I remember it was so successful they brought back the Marvel Zombies, and then DC copied them, like I think like 12 years ago they did their own version. They did uh, the DC zombies. But the Marvel Zombies was a big thing when that first came out a long time ago, and so I, if they don't girl boss it, it's going to be really good. I'm afraid like they're going to girl boss it though. J Pop says D. I don't get that. I might have to put on my glasses. At D4 VD. D. I don't know. I don't know what he's saying. Are you saying Daredevil did it? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't get what you're saying. Yeah, D4 VD did it. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you're saying Daredevil did it or you're talking about something else. Real CP said I just saw this Batman animated. It just came out. It was junk. It was like Batman Aztec. You heard of that? Yeah, I heard of it. I'm avoiding it. So yeah, there is a Batman Aztec. So 12. So back around, I think when the new 52 came out, or it was either when the new 52. No. I'm sorry. It was before, right before the new 52 came out in 2011. There was this thing called Batman Incorporated, where Bruce Wayne decided he wanted to set up shop across the world where he was going to support local uh street heroes that embodied his mission in their local cities, because if you go back to the Silver Age era, there were these different uh, versions of Batman, and they were like really campy. Like they had all these little different versions of Batman and different eras of time and stuff like that, and different locations. So in Batman Incorporated, this is in the late 2000s. They Bruce Wayne decided he was gonna fund the Batman Incorporated brand, which was to fund all these different street levels superheroes across the globe who embodied his mission. Um, and like Batman Aztec, I think was one of those characters as well. So he's not the Batman. So he's not Bruce. Well, I don't know how the movie is going to do it, but the original Aztec Batman, he wasn't a Bruce Wayne. He was a Batman. He was like one of these versions of Batman from Batman Incorporated, um, that embodied his mission and used the mantle of the bat. Because there's a black Batman too called he. I think he's just called the. It was two versions of the black Batman. There's one where um it's this African guy. So he's part of the Batman. He was part of the Batman Incorporated, and he had got his own comic book spinoff. And he's not called the Black Bat because that would be just too little on the nose. He's called, I think, um, the Bat or something like that. And so that was the original version of this Black Batman character. and then they made a second version where he's the son of the Batman of the CEO of Wayne Enterprises. What's the guy's name? You guys remember from the Dark Knight trilogy, the black guy who's the CEO of Wayne Enterprises, but they never showed that he has a son. But in the comic books, he has a son, and he takes up the mantle of the Bat, and the Batman Incorporated and stuff like that. So, so there are several guys, and like the Batman Aztec is one of them, but he wasn't Bruce Wayne. And from what I heard, like when I looked at the trailer, looks horrible. I'm sorry. First of all, again, I'm I don't like that. I don't like the animation style. Like it, if a movie has a bad animation style, I'm not gonna like the movie already. But aside from the animation style, the storyline looked goofy. I'm like, yeah, this looks dumb. So because I was already joking with a friend. I said, what is he going to be fighting the conquistadors? I was like, first of all, the Aztecs themselves weren't good people. Like this is what this is what led to them being conquered in the first place by Hernan Cortez. Hernan Cortez had a minimum amount of um, Spaniard soldiers with him when he conquered the Aztecs. What brought the Aztecs down is that all of the tributary tribes that made up the Aztec Empire revolted against the Aztecs because they didn't like them, and Cortez had used them to assist him in bringing down the Aztecs, because again, when you force people into submission to be a part of your empire, and you actively collect them for sacrifices and cannibalistic rituals, they're probably going to be willing to break ranks with you. So the Aztecs were not good people. So it's a bit of revisionism that, you know, oh, brown people good, white people bad sort of thing. So I guess the Aztec Batman is fighting the conquistadors or something. I don't, corny. I still don't know what you're talking about, J Pop. You need to spell that out because I don't know what you're talking about, brother. He keeps asking me about something that doesn't make any sense. I'm thinking he's trying to make a joke, and if he's not trying to make a joke, then I apologize. But if he's trying to make a joke, it's going right over my head. Carter says, "I would love to see a major Marvel DC movie with all the characters together." If it, I was gonna say that's never gonna happen, but DC and Marvel have just decided to do a new crossover book after X amount. So first of all, so they've already did a crossover. So if you weren't aware, this week, and I think they did this because of Batman Day, this week was released the Deadpool and Batman crossover, and it's a one shot. It's a one shot storyline. And so the thing is, so they did a Deadpool and Batman one shot crossover. But here's the other thing: in November, there's gonna be another crossover. This time it's gonna be called Batman Deadpool. So I know it's gonna, I know that sounds like it's the same thing. So the one that just came out this week is Deadpool and Batman, and then in November there's gonna be another crossover with them called uh, Batman and Deadpool. The reason why it's different is there's different writers on each one, and I'm guessing whoever takes the top for the title is going to be their writers mostly. So I think it's mostly the Marvel writers on this one, and then the one in November is going to be mostly the DC writers. Although most of these writers tend to work for both companies as well as the other ones like Image and so forth. Image, Dark Horse. Uh, but yeah, so DC and Marvel are getting along right now. I'm surprised. It's like seeing DC and Marvel get along is like your two divorced parents um going out on a date. so not only is there this Deadpool and Batman that just came out this week, but they're also going to make a huge DC Marvel crossover book, which they haven't done in over 20 plus years. That was the last time they could get along. That's why I was saying that you couldn't get that as a reprint. You had to buy one of those older out out of out of print books, which means you're gonna have to order it online, or you can or no, or you can go to your comic book store and they can order it for you. They usually will order it for you for free, and you just pay the price of the book. So that's sort of a convenience and a motive to support your local comic book stores. They will order stuff for you, and then you just pay the price of the actual product. Like they're not making you pay an extra shipping and handling price to them. But the fact that they could get a that after like 20 plus years they're working on a new DC Marvel crossover book, and they just did a Deadpool Batman crossover this that came out this week, and the next one will be coming out in November. Who knows? They might eventually make a crossover movie. Now, I don't think it's going to be. I think if they do a crossover movie, it'll probably be like maybe two heroes from each side, because it would just be it would cost a lot of money to have like Justice League versus the Avengers, which is what happened in the which was the big crossover book over 20 years ago. It was like the I think it was like the Justice League versus the Avengers or something like that. That like that would cost so much to make, but guaranteed, because I think if they get desperate enough, they probably will. Because where the superhero film genre is pretty much dying. I think it. I think it hit. I think it hit its zenith um, last year with uh, with Deadpool uh, and Wolverine. I think that was the highlight. I don't. I I could be wrong, but I don't think Secret. I don't think um, Doomsday, Avengers Doomsday, nor Avengers Secret Wars is going to hit the crescendo that Endgame did, nor Deadpool and Wolverine, or Spider-Man No Way Home. Those I think those three were the I think those three were it. Like there was Endgame right here, there was No Way Home right here, and then there was Wolverine, Deadpool and Wolverine right here. After that, I just don't see it going back up. Pause. But it might. But if they were to make a Justice League versus Avengers movie, if both film studios could get along to do that, that would be a guaranteed $2 billion movie. Like that would make $2 billion. Like you would have to do something really wrong for that movie not to hit $2 billion, which obviously. But here's the thing: film studios can fuck things up because they get the wrong creatives involved. They get people instead of getting the creatives who are involved with the actual comic books involved. They try to get these people who have no connection to the comic books involved, like DC Films did with Zack Snyder and all these other folks with the DC extended universe, or like Marvel did with the 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 what do you call it, the Eternals, like some film auteur who never done anything with superheroes. But anyway, the reason why I say they could still mess it up is because Batman versus Superman should have been an automatic $1 billion movie. You had the two you had two of the three biggest superheroes in the world in one movie together, because the three biggest superheroes in the world are Batman, Superman, and Spider-Man. So having Batman versus Superman, that should have been $1 billion movie, and Zack Snyder messed that money up. I think it did eventually reach about 800 million, which isn't bad. But once you factor in both the marketing budget and the production budget, it it barely made a profit. And like I said, given you had the two biggest superheroes in the world in that film, that should have been an automatic $1 billion film. Justice League should have been a $1 billion film. That only reached, I think, what, 600. It's funny talking about only 600, only 700. Like, that's not a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but when you're talking about, again, a, having a production budget and a marketing budget, and often we don't even know how much the marketing budget is. They'll just tell you the production budget. They'll say, well, the production budget was like, 300 million dollars or something like that, which is a lot. Um, but then they don't factor in the marketing budget. And the marketing budget can be just as much, or if not more, than the production budget. And once you factor that in, and the fact that everything that the movie is making, you're splitting it. You basically got to split that in half for the amount that goes to all the theaters, right? So say if a movie makes like $1 billion, almost 500 million of that is going to the theaters for their cost, for the cost of playing these films and stuff. So Justice League was a flop. So even if it made $600, $700, the cost of the movie, the production budget plus the marketing budget, it was not it lost money, or I would say it broke even. But breaking even is still a flop. And having the two biggest superheroes in the world, Batman versus Superman, that should have been an automatic billion. Justice League should have been an automatic billion, because despite the Avengers being doing so well in the movies, in the comic books, the Justice League is the biggest superhero team in all comic books because they came first. Technically, the Justice Society came first, but Justice League was the Silver Age version of the Justice League. I mean, sorry, the Justice League was the Silver Age version of Justice Society, going all the way back to the 40s with the golden era of comic books. So that should have been an automatic $1 billion film. Batman versus Superman should have been an automatic $1 billion film. So Justice League versus Avengers should be a $2 billion film, but if you don't get the right creatives involved, you can still mess that money up. So anyway, sorry for that long tirade. Real piece of, did you like Harley Quinn series? It had Batman in there. However, some of the episodes showed him weeping around when Catwoman wasn't giving him the relationship time of day. No, I don't like it. I don't. The first season was kind of funny, um, but it just gets tiring. Again, it's too much girl boss stuff. I don't. Yeah, and it's like they prop up First of all, I'm tired of Harley Quinn. Every little white feminist wants to dress. She's like the hero for every little liberal white feminist. That's why I think I can't stand Harley Quinn. I like the original version of her from the Batman the animated series, but they turned ever since, like, they took the Harley Quinn design from the Arkham games and made her into this girl boss. Like, I can't stand her. Like, I really can't stand the character. I wish they would kill off the character, honestly. And I thought they were going to do that when they created a new femme fatale for the Joker named what is her name? I can't remember, but she was basically like the replacement for Harley Quinn now that she's like an anti-hero and broke up with the Joker, so she became his new girlfriend slash sidekick, whatever. But she's like more psycho than Harley Quinn. Um, and so I wish they just kill off the character. I don't like her, and I don't like the TV show. The TV show, like I said, the first season was funny. Then the second season, it just started getting annoying. That she had her little lesbian relationship with Poison Ivy, girl bossing it up, and basically making all the male characters look stupid in the show. Like, they make all the male characters stupid in the show. I don't like it. Eric says I hated the Nolan Batman movies. Really? They're my favorite. I literally have them right here on my I literally have them right here on my stand. Like, show you guys. I'm gonna probably be showing you guys the stuff again in my my live when I show all my collectibles. But yeah, I got it like right here. The Dark Knight trilogy. Sorry, my Egon Spengler is in the way. Who you gonna call? So yeah. Then I got my Dark Knight Batarang. No, sorry, that's the Batman '89 Batarang, and the Batman the animated series uh, that came out for the Happy Meals, Joker Mobile, Batmobile. But this design is based off the Batman the animated series. Put Egon back here. I had to buy him when the actor died who played Egon. And I've shown this before in my live where you can actually fold this batarang up. I'll show that tomorrow. And of course, my Batman '89 Batmobile, and I told you I have another one of these Toy Biz Batmans behind there. So, and you can see behind me a Batman poster. I actually got this in Bangkok. My wife negotiated for me to get this because she's a master haggler, so she haggled the guy down to a cheap price for it. So, but yeah, I love the Nolan trilogy. The reason the reason why some people don't like the Nolan trilogy is because like I said, it's grounded in reality, which is like I said, this is why I keep laughing at people who keep saying, "Oh, the Batman 2022 movie by Matt Reeves is more realistic and grounded." I'm like, no, it's not. It's not. It's like, first of all, Christopher Nolan literally already did that. The Nolan verse, as is now known in the comic books, the Nolan verse is is grounded in reality. It shows a Batman who grows up in a world where there are no superheroes, right? So even with his arch nemesis Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul doesn't have his supernatural elements as he does in the comic books. So in the comic books, Ra's al Ghul, which means uh, head of the demon, uh, is literally someone who gets resurrected through his Lazarus pit. He has this Lazarus pit that can bring him back from death, from you know, and he's literally lived thousands of years. So in a movie, he says the League of Shadows has been around since ancient times. We sacked Rome, um, and stuff like that. He said every time a society grew corrupt and decadent, we were there to bring it down so that a new empire could come up in its place. And every time they failed to live up to their expectations, we bring those down too. He said Gotham has reached that point. But in the comic books, he's been around since those early times. He was the person in those early times bringing down those early civilization, those sacking those cities in those early times, because he's been around for like 1,000 years or something like that through his Lazarus pit. But they took that out of the Nolan movies to make it more grounded. There were no supernatural elements in the Dark Knight trilogy, and some people didn't like that. I thought it I thought it gave Batman a different spin because he was always the most grounded of the DC superheroes. I mean, you could say Green Arrow, but Green Arrow was just a poor man's Batman. Like literally, when the Green Arrow came out, everything he did was like a copy of Batman. There was an Arrow mobile. He got a sidekick, Speedy, which was like Robin. He had an Arrow cave, all of that stuff. This is why they made fun of that in the CW show, The Arrow, about how much he was like Batman because literally he was a rip off of Batman. And then in CW's Arrow, they basically made him like the Nolan version of Batman, like a dark, grounded character, but which is nothing like the Green Arrow in the comic books. He's not, a moody, brooding character. He's a happy-go-lucky Robin Hood type character in the comic books. So Eric says the Arkham Asylum. Yeah, no, Iron Heights. That's the name of the prison. So yeah, in the comic books, like I said, Bane broke out everyone from both Arkham Asylum and Iron Heights prison, and he had to go, he had to go fight all these people and bring them back to the prison and into the insane asylum, which was crazy. Like for like I think it was like for five, it was like for 3 or 5 days straight. He was just like without sleeping, just going in and getting these people. And Alfred was like, "You gotta stop. You can't do this." He was like, "I have no choice," and so he was doing that on end, like, and then on one of the last days in which he was apprehending all these super criminals, Bane broke into the into the Batcave, killed his Batman's assistant who works in there. Forgot the name of the little guy who was like he actually lived in the Batcave, um, because he was like he was deformed and a little person, but Batman treated him very well, of course. Um, and the guy this the guy chose to live in the Batcave. Like Batman didn't force him to live in the Batcave. He chose to live in the Batcave, and he was Batman's like secret inventor for a lot of his stuff. He fixed his gadgets and invented new stuff for him and all that sort of stuff. He was like really nice. Everyone in the Bat family like the little guy. It would be nice for them to bring him back into the comic book continuity, because I think after the New 52 he was written out of the Batman continuity, but people who would have read the Batman comics from like the early 90s, late 80s would have been familiar with that character. I just can't remember his name. Akara says, if you want to see Gotham, visit New York or Chicago. Well, yeah, so got like so um and again in the Nolan films, a lot of Gotham was filmed in Chicago. That was sort of how it looked. And also another cool fact, the gothic look of of Gotham City actually came from the 1989 movie. Before the 1989 movie, Gotham didn't look like that. It didn't have that gothic grotesque look to it. That literally came from the Batman 1989 films. It was like people liked that version of Gotham so much they put that into the comic books. That's not the first time this happened. A lot of stuff that's in the comic books have came from the films. Um, Whereas most people think it was vice versa. So Harley Quinn started in the Batman the animated series, that TV show. She came from the cartoon. Batgirl, the Batgirl as we know her as Barbara Gordon came from the 1960s TV show. There was an earlier Batgirl, but that wasn't the same character. It was a completely different character. Because there was a Batwoman, and she was made basically to be a love interest for Batman, and so she had a niece who became Batgirl. Um, and I think she was supposed to be like a romantic interest for Robin, because at the time there was these rumors started by a psychoanalytic psychiatrist, um, who tried to say that Alfred, Batman, and Robin represented a, a homosexual uh, relationship amongst these characters. He was really reaching there. Pause. But because of that, that's when they wrote in all these little romantic interests. Although it was crazy because he has always had romantic interests. Like from the year 1940, they had introduced the cat, which became Catwoman, who was a romantic interest for him, and he has several other romantic interests throughout the 40s and 50s. But because of that, like they specifically wrote in like Batwoman to be his love interest. There was people like Vicky Vale, who was supposed to be like basically a version of Lois Lane for Batman. So people remember Vicky Vale from the '89 movie. Vicky Vale was like basically like Batman's version of Lois Lane. So that was another one. Um, but where was I going with that? But yeah, so sorry, stuff like that. But yeah, you had those characters, and like I said, so Batgirl came from the TV show. The Gotham City, as we know it, being this gothic architecture, came from the Tim Burton 1989 film. Um, the serials, the black and white serials from the 40s, they gave us, uh, I think they I think they gave us the Batcave. It was either the 1940 serials either gave us I can't remember. It was either they gave us the Batcave or they gave us something else. I think it was the Batcave though that came from the 1940 serials. I think it was something, or is the Batmobile something like that. But something came from the night. So something about the Batman mythos came from the 1940 black and white serials, and you can find those on Tubi. By the way, they have both the 1940s one and the 1950s serial, because there was the one that came out in the 1940s was just called Batman, and then they did another serial release uh later on, in the late 40s, early 50s. It was called Batman and Robin. Um, but you can find those on Tubi if you guys can want to sit down and watch a very old, slow, slow moving films. Which it wouldn't have been bad if you break it apart, because back then you would just watch one serial at a time in the theater, and the serial lasted what? The serial was like what, 20 minutes long or something like that, and then it would be released weekly. So you would go back to the movie theater each week for a new serial release of it. But you can watch the whole thing in its entirety on Tubi. Shout out to Tubi. They should sponsor me. What's up, Tubi? Let me get a sponsorship. Better yet, let me do a movie with you guys. I have athletic skills, Tubi. What's up? But yeah. So in the Christopher Nolan films, a lot of Gotham was filmed in Chicago, and I don't remember where the one in 1989 was filmed, or the sequel in 1992. And I definitely don't know what Joel Schumacher did with with the ones in 95 and 97. Shout out. Well, and I'll say this. I know people always dump on the Joel Schumacher films. 97 has no, I, there's nothing good I can really say about the 1997 film, but 1995 I like just because it was Val Kilmer, and now we've lost Val Kilmer last year, and he actually was a very good Batman. Like, I didn't like the third act of the film when they changed his outfit, but when he had on the original outfit that Keaton wore, I liked it. Like, I liked him in the Keaton Tim Burton outfit, and I liked his portrayal of Bruce Wayne. A lot of actors aren't able to nail both Bruce Wayne and Batman. Usually they get one better than the other, right? Um, but like Keaton, he was believable in both roles. Bale, um, yeah, Bale was good, but like I said, I think all of them were slightly better in one version. Like, Affleck was greater as Batman than as Bruce Wayne. I think his Bruce Wayne was lackluster, but his Batman was on point, aside from the murdering. um, Keaton was just good as both, because he gave this zany version of Bruce Wayne that we haven't seen before. But then he was also menacing looking. Like, when the movie, I remember as a kid, people didn't think Keaton could take the role, handle. They didn't think that a guy who had just starred in the movie Mr. Mom and Beetlejuice could play a menacing character like the Batman, because people knew that this version of Batman wasn't going to be campy like the 1960s TV show. They knew it was going to be like seriously like a more, it's going to be based off the modern age Batman, where he's a dark menacing character. And people was like, Michael Keaton can't carry that. This like the dude from Beetlejuice, the dude from Mr. Mom. Nah. Plus, he started off as a stand up comedian. I don't know a lot of people know that. Michael Keaton started off as a stand up comedian, which is why all his first films were originally comedic roles before he started taking, after Batman is when he started taking on like serious roles. But before that, all his roles were comedic because he started off as a stand up comedian. So prior to the movie, no one thought he could handle being a menacing person. Does that sound familiar? Who else did people not think could be a menacing character playing the Joker? And he ended up winning an Oscar award for it, right? And although he lost his life to his unfortunate drug use, but yeah, that's a problem with Hollywood. But yeah, just like with what's his name, who they didn't think could play a serious Joker character, because all the movies he had played in were like romantic comedies before he took on the role of the Joker. Then he won the Oscar for it. And on top of that, The Dark Knight was actually going to be nominated for best movie of the year, but the Oscars snubbed it. That's why now they go out of their way to make sure that superhero movies land in that category, because The Dark Knight got snubbed for a best movie of the year award, which it probably would have won more than likely. But the Oscars took themselves too seriously back then. We can't nominate a superhero film for best movie of the year. We only have serious movies. Whatever. What they call serious movies is this of them just constantly talking about World War II. If you want a movie to if you want a movie to get nominated for an Oscar every year, just make it about World War II. Seriously. Anyway, getting back to the subject. So, what um I don't know any goth. Were there any? I don't know. Tim Burton's Batman that might have been filmed in New York, but I don't think it was. Like I said, I know for a fact that the Dark Knight one was filmed in Chicago. That's why it looks like Chicago. Like even with the light rail and all that sort of stuff they had, like it definitely looked like Chicago. Even though I haven't been back there in a long time. Well, outside of coming back to well, with the exception of flying into O'Hare a few years ago, but um, I haven't lived in, I should say, the Chicagoland area since I was a kid. But yeah, that was definitely Chicago. Um, and then, of course, in universe, Gotham was a stand-in for New York City, which is funny because in the comic books, when the comic books first came out, remember, um, Detective Comics and Action Comics were actually owned by two separate companies at the time. They weren't originally all under the DC imprint. They were competitors. So when Superman was in Metropolis and Batman was in Gotham, both Metropolis and Gotham were stand-ins for New York City. So what happened when all of this was combined, and like 30 years ago, someone made a map of the of all the places in DC, and so they combine so all the stand-in cities like Emeralds. I forgot where the city that Green Arrows in. It's called Emerald City or something like that, which is a stand-in for basically San Francisco. I think I think it's a stand-in for like San Francisco. So they had to put the real world cities with the city with the with the imaginary cities. They were the stand-ins for them in those comic books into the DC universe. And so now you have it. situated. That both Metropolis and Gotham are are apart from each other, um, separated by a huge harbor um, and river. So now you still have a New York City in DC Comics, but you have Gotham is in southern New Jersey, and then right across the river, and I guess the Delaware River or the Gotham River, however they do it, across from Gotham River or whatever, is Metropolis in Delaware. So now Metropolis is in Delaware, Gotham is in southern New Jersey, and they're right apart from each other. And to explain how these two cities exist in the world with New York City, but it's weird because in 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 DC these cities are much larger in scale than New York City, although they're both modeled after New York City, which is weird. Anyway, long talk. Sorry. Knightfall is one of the best Batman stories. Right. That's what it's called. Knightfall. I think yeah. I think the whole storyline. I think the whole storyline is called Knightfall, but I think the specific book because it's broken into 5 books. Is it 5 books, Eric? Yeah, I think it's broken up into 5 books, right? And I think the one where he breaks Batman's back is called the Bane of the Night in the Knightfall series. But yeah, Knightfall series is one of the best Batman stories. And like I said, it got really metal because this is like the height of edgy 90s storylines in comic books. Like around the same time, so in like the Superman storyline, this is when when Superman dies, he comes back and he's wearing all black and he has the mullet. That's so 90s. That's so metal. And then Batman, he got all metal because Bruce Wayne was um, replaced by Azrael, who wore this tricked out metal Batman armor. Like he looked like an armored knight because that's where he actually. Well, I don't want to get into the whole storyline with Nightfall and Azrael, but anyway, it's very metal. I would anyone who's interested in how Bane actually came about in the original comic books should read the Nightfall series. Good. Ever since the Nolan Batman movies watered down all of the characters and the stories. Yeah, he did, but like I said, that's because he wanted to ground that in a realistic world. So there's no supernatural elements in it. This is why there's a League of Shadows instead of the League of Assassins. One, because well, the second reason for that is because it wouldn't be believable that Batman would join a a clan of assassins, even though that's clearly what they were. They just called themselves the League of Shadows instead of the Clan of Assassins. But he actually did join them in the comic books. Although he didn't join them, he became their leader when he ended up getting engaged to Talia al Ghul, and that was set up purposely. Ra's al Ghul respected Bruce Wayne, and he wanted him to be his. Um, he wanted him to be the one who takes on his struggle when he was gone, and so wanted he made it so that Talia and Bruce Wayne fall in love with each other, and that's how they had Damien. So how Damien originally came out in the Son of the Demon storyline was that Talia said that she had miscarried, so that she and Bruce Wayne could get the marriage annulled, but they were actually married. And after the fight with within the League of Assassins for the leadership and all that sort of stuff, she claimed that she had lost the baby. But in the very last panel of the comic book, you see the baby, and it's like, oh, he really had a baby, and and they gave him a name, Damien. So what happened was when they decided to bring back Damien, they changed that so that I don't like how they changed it though, where now it wasn't that Talia and Bruce Wayne were actually in love and actually got married. This time it was that she basically seduced him. I'm like, that was whack. He like because Damien wasn't a love. Damien wasn't a bastard in the original storyline. He actually was a product of them falling in love and getting married and having a kid the right way. But now they changed it that he was just a bastard child. That's why he has a chip on his shoulder. So, but anyway, getting back to the to the subject, yeah, Nolan, the Nolan verse is a grounded Batman. He's not the Batman of of the comics. He's basically a hypothetical of what if we took Batman and put him in the real world, what would that look like? That was the Nolan verse. Because if people know Christopher Nolan, he likes making Kafka-esque type scenarios. Like even the ending of the Dark Knight trilogy kind of leaves it in a kind of leaves it in an iffy situation. Like what happens? Like so did that the character who was acting like Batman's sidekick become the next Batman, or he ended up becoming his own character, Robin or Nightwing or whatever? What happened? Did did Alfred really see Bruce Wayne with Selena Kyle over there in Europe, like living his best life? Was like did he not really die, or did he actually survive and go on to be with Selena Kyle and have a regular life the way that Alfred always wanted him to have? Was that just Alfred just projecting his own thoughts, or did that really happen? But from most accounts, most people say that is what actually happened. Like it wasn't him just wishing that happened. Like it actually, like Batman actually did fix the timer. I mean, actually, he did actually his fix the bat so that it could go up, it could go across the river without him actually piloting it himself, so he would have time to escape before the the detonation. But yeah, it was supposed to, but like I said, Nolan purposefully made it all watered down because he wanted it to be more realistic. So Carter says Bane needed steroids to beat Batman. No, Venom was way the Venom drug he was taking was beyond steroids. It was like I don't know how to describe it because there's nothing that exists in the real world. But it basically it gave him superpowers. Like it wasn't steroids. It was like it was like it gave him superpowered strength and speed, and he couldn't feel pain. So it was like if you took steroids times 10 with with um some sort of opiate and some sort of uh performance enhancer, mix that all up into one cocktail. Basically, if you took basically if you took Captain America's super soldier serum, um, that was basically like what Venom was. If you took the super soldier serum that Captain America was given, but you made it toxic, that would be what Bane is taking, which the drug he was taking called Venom. It was basically like a super soldier serum, but it was toxic and addictive. Eric says superheroes should not be grounded in reality. You lose so much of the essence. Well, yeah, but you gotta remember, Batman has always been a street level hero. So, like I said, people don't have to like it. That's why when the DC Extended Universe came out, it gave us a comic book Batman. It didn't give us a grounded Batman. This is why I think the mistake of Matt Reeves was to try to basically redo what Christopher Nolan already did. Like the way Christopher Nolan did it was already well done. You didn't need another person to come around and basically do the same thing that Christopher Nolan did with giving us a grounded Batman. This is why I keep laughing at all these people who are fans of the new Matt Reeves film, because I'm like, guys, we literally were already given a grounded Batman. Y'all keep saying that this version is more grounded. I was like, how is it more grounded than the Nolan one? There was no superhero aspects to the Nolan universe. On top of that, it was more realistic. Like this Batman, the Batman in the 2022 film should have died in all those little and all those falls he had. He should have been crippled, if not if not ended his life. Um, and then on top of that, the way he just walked through submarine, like in every other Batman movie, when he gets shot, he gets knocked down, even though he's wearing body armor. But in this version, for some reason, his body armor is more like the Black Panther body armor, where it can absorb. It basically can absorb physical energy because there's no body armor, even the classified stuff. I'm pretty sure there's like stuff that special forces uses that is probably classified. Even still, like unless you're talking about Black Panther armor using vibranium, you are gonna get knocked on your ass if you get shot. Like, but remember, he was walking through machine gun fire in the Matt Reeves 2022 film. And I'm like, how are you guys claiming that this guy is more realistic? He's not more realistic. I said, so he's just breaking the laws of physics, and y'all say that's more grounded in reality? Okay. Or he's falling from heights where he should have clearly broken something and everything is okay. And then he just takes an epinephrine shot. Like, really? Like he so in the one instance where he did come close to death in the 2022 film, he just takes an epinephrine. He just takes an auto pen epinephrine shot. I think it was looked like he was taking something a little bit harder than epinephrine. I'm not going to lie. He like he was taking a little something harder than epinephrine, but essentially it was an auto pen epinephrine shot that he shot himself up with when he almost died. I'm like, this is lame. That's why I say I like the film, but Batman in the movie, the Batman was the worst aspect of the film. And it's like if the main character is the worst part of the film, that's not a good film. So Carter says, can Batman defeat those YNs and their switches? it he literally like he's literally beating up YNs all the time. He definitely can. The funny thing is, if you ever notice, like either in the comic books or even in some of the old Batman the animated series, he doesn't kill, but you notice he doesn't. If you end up shooting one of your teammates, that's kind of on you as far as Batman is concerned. If you're like shooting at him and he has to run through your boys to get out of the way of the your shots, he didn't kill him. He didn't touch them. You did. So technically, and of course, boys and girls, we know that being technically correct is the best form of correct. Technically, he did not kill those people. If you start shooting at him and he runs through your squad of men, and you just happen to shoot up your men trying to shoot him, technically, he did not kill them. You did. So he would, yeah. I wish there was a Baltimore Batman. I'm not going to be him though. I'm not a billionaire. I'm not even a millionaire. Not yet. But I'm not a billionaire, so I'm not saving Baltimore. I don't I don't think Baltimore is worth saving. I think the people need to want it. But yeah, Lucius Fox, yeah. So Lucius Fox has a son. I think his name is Lucius Fox Jr. Yeah, because it's Lucius Fox Jr., but he calls himself Luke Fox to separate himself from his father, who's Lucius Fox. He has a son named Luke Fox, and Luke Fox takes on the mantle of the Bat So he's a black Batman, but he doesn't call himself Batman. I think he just calls himself um I think he just calls himself the Bat or something like that. And like I said, there was two black versions of Batman. There was one in Africa, and then there was Luke Fox, who was the son of Lucius Fox. Someone says, "What question? What do you talk about in this channel?" Uh, I often make political and social commentary, but I also talk about traveling. I talk about martial arts. I talk about academics. Sort of a anything in which I have interest or in which I have knowledge, I talk about. Of which I have knowledge is mostly in things like cognitive science and philosophy, martial arts, fitness, and traveling. Things in which I talk about, like I said, anything that's currently trending in the media, where as far as politics, news, that sort of thing, I talk about. And one of my biggest, you know, uh, things that I like are comic books and comic books and superheroes and sci-fi. And one of my favorite characters is Batman, and that's what I'm talking about today, because today was, or I should say, yesterday was Batman Day. It's past midnight now, but if you're, it's still Batman Day if you're on Central Time, Mountain Time, or Pacific Time, or Alaskan Time, or Hawaiian Time. Hello, Latanya. Eric says, "What foes have to do with Batman?" Oh, what does that have? He's just a troll, Eric. He's clearly mentally disturbed. That's Mrs. Contrarian, I think, has already deleted him. He's clearly mentally dysfunctional. Eric says Batman has to stop J-pop from typing nonsense. Uh, no, we just gotta ban him. Batman, should we ban J-pop? You heard that? Batman says we gotta ban him. So anyway, Eric says oh no, sorry, Carlton. Carlton says, imagine watching the post-credit scene of an Avengers movie, and suddenly you see the bat signal in the sky. That would give me chills. Look, if I'm watching Avengers Secret War, because it wouldn't happen in Avengers Doomsday, right? Because Doomsday is built into Secret Wars. But at the end of Secret Wars, if you suddenly saw in the post-credit scene the bat signal shootout, every like, I'm sorry, every dude would just like every dude and every comic book geek in the theater would just bust a nut on himself. Like at the end of Secret Avengers Secret War, if something you see you saw a bat signal shoot up, like, and you heard the music, and then it just cuts off. I swear, a billion people would just collectively bust a nut. Like they would, it, you a billion people would just bust a nut. I'm telling you, that would it would be bigger than the first Avengers when they showed Thanos for the first time. So remember how big that was when Thanos appeared in the post credit scene of the original Avengers film in 2012. That's nothing compared to showing a bat signal at the Avengers at the end of Avengers Secret Wars. If they were to do that, I'm telling you, a billion, like, it would go viral. Like, first of all, it would it would be so difficult for them to keep that from making it on making it online, because there are people who literally live just to give spoilers to big to the movies on Twitter and on and probably on TikTok as well. But like on TikTok or Twitter, there are people who literally live just to spoil the end of superhero movies. Remember, they were trying to do that for Endgame, um, and a few other films. And then people who had saw it, because I saw it the night before, I saw it on this. I saw the sneak preview of it before it came out that following Friday, and so all these people were spoiling the movie online. Even one of my wife's friends, and I'm like, y'all gotta stop that, because some people, like, it got so bad that people, like, people were so mad at these people releasing spoilers, like they were doxing these people, um, hacking their social media, all of this, and I'm like, I don't feel bad for them, because like, people have been building up to this movie since 2008, and you just want to spoil it for them because you want to be a dick. So I didn't feel bad for these people getting doxxed, or people hacking into their social media, but it would be amazingly difficult for both Marvel Studios and DC Studios to not to not get that leaked. It would, like, it was like, for instance, it was a miracle back when Mandalorian season 2 came out, um 5 years ago. No, 4 years ago now, when season 2 of Mandalorian came out, and no one knew that they were bringing back Luke Skywalker for the season finale. No, like, that was such a well kept secret, and it took a like, they talked about how difficult it was, all the things they had to do to put in place to keep it being leaked. So basically, one of the ways they kept it being from it getting leaked that Luke Skywalker was going to be in the season finale was that they filmed a bunch of different endings with um no, I'm sorry. I don't think they filmed different endings. What they did, they they wrote several different endings in the script, where it was supposed to be a Jedi who comes back and saves them, but it it wasn't, like, it was like Luke Skywalker. But they had brought back other Jedi's, some who were presumed to be dead during the Clone Wars. So that's how they stabbed that off, is that they showed that there was going to be a Jedi coming back, but they misled everyone working on the production on set. Like, almost no one on the set knew that that was going to be Mark Hamill coming back to play Luke Skywalker in a D in an AI de-age version of himself for the season finale. So, in order to keep it a secret, they had to keep it on secret from the people on the set themselves. So I think the only way to keep it from getting leaked in the movies is going to be harder, because, like, in the movies, people don't see, it's going to be hard to do. So, one, you're going to have to keep it a secret on the set that there's going to be the bat signal, which means they're probably going to have to throw throw some false things into it, like they did with the Mandalorian season finale. Like, like, they're gonna have to write into the script that there's something else that happens during the post credit scene. So that's gonna be the first thing, and then they're gonna have to be litigious in coming after anyone who leaks this online. But it's gonna be very hard to do, very hard. But, like, because, like I said, if no one sees this happening, if no one knows this is happening until they go see the movie, that is going to be the biggest thing that happened since Endgame. Like people would be like, "Oh my god, did you just like?" It's going to be like, including myself, it's going to be everyone with a platform on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and Twitch, and everyone's going to be talking about it, speculating on what's going to happen next. Like, and I'm going to be a part of it. I'm going to get some of that money too. Anyway, that would be huge. Eric says, "Go to a stream where they are talking about that." Then, yeah, he he might even made that up. Eric says the MCU has so much momentum after Endgame, but then they decided to go in another direction. Yeah, because Kevin Feige decided because they were feeling themselves. So by the time Endgame came out, the MC basically thought they were untouchable. Like people in Marvel Studios thought the MCU was untouchable. So at that time, they thought that they could scale back and start doing stories about females and minorities, and they will work because of all of the basically like all of the good feelings people have had built up about the MCU through all the its success through the first three phases. So they thought through phase four, from phase four to phase six, they could concentrate on stories about minorities and women. By the way, I hate how people lump women into minorities because ethnic non women are neither an ethnic minority nor a numerical minority. Women outnumber men in the U.S. So, but anyway, I hate, but whatever. But yeah, they thought because of all the goodwill they built up through through Infinity War and Endgame and just that 22 year, well, not 20, those 22 films from 2008, that they had built up enough goodwill that they could put out mediocre stuff and people will still watch it just based on how much they love Marvel. They could get away with putting out mediocre shit and people will still spend their money on it. And that worked for a year. Like people from 2019 to about 2021, you know, they they put up with the mediocre films, all the all the push, all the pandering to the cultural left and all that sort of stuff up until 2021. And even and they had they had a bunch of people that were defending these films even though they were clearly bad, clearly mediocre, clearly poorly written, and clearly just trying to push identity politics. People defended them, but by the time 2023 came around, it, it was just you just really couldn't defend it anymore. You really couldn't. And by 2024, it was pretty much like the death of the superhero film genre. Like we're still going to have superhero films going on, but you see it scaling back. We're not we're not going to have superhero films going forward like we did at its height around 2019. Endgame was the height of the superhero film genre. And like we still had epic films ever since Spider-Man No Way Home, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Deadpool and Wolverine, Joker, the Batman. Even though I didn't like the Batman, it still did very well. Joker was good. The sequel was trash. But we're not going to see that height anymore. Like it's just not happening. Like and every film genre has its height, and then from then on you'll have good films still in that genre, but it's not going to be the same as it was. Like there was a time when mafia movies were at their pinnacle. You had a time when westerns were at their pinnacle. right? You had a time when space opera type films were at their were at their pinnacle. Um, you had a time when rom coms were at their pinnacle, and historical dramas, like, and so on and so on. But you know, Marvel Studios was feeling themselves after 2019, after Endgame. Like I said, they had built up so much goodwill with their audience. They thought they could start pushing identity politics through their films, and people would still come to see them, just because, just off the just by virtue of the fact that it's a Marvel film. And that lasted for a year, almost up to 2 years, up until about 2021, and then people got tired of it. Now, when you hear a Marvel film, you don't think, "Oh, I got this. I got to go see this." You're thinking, it's this is gonna be crap." That's what most people think now. Like in 2019, if you was talking about, oh, it's a new Marvel film coming out, it was a must see thing. Like Marvel in 2019 was a must see event. Now when you hear a Marvel film, like, is this gonna suck? So, and they did that to themselves. Eric says, I did like the Zack Snyder's take on Superman and Batman. I hated it. Like, Zack Snyder clearly didn't understand the Superman mythos. You took, and I've said this a million times on my live streams. I'm gonna say it again. You took you took the brightest and most positive superhero of DC Comics, and you turned him into a moody, brooding character like Batman. And because Batman was already a moody and broody character, you took him from being a moody and broody character and turned him into a proto-fascist. And I don't mean, and I'm not using the term in a way that, unfortunately, left-wing people misuse the term fascist all the time. So now it's starting to lose its meaning. But in the sense in which it originally carried weight, like Batman, the Batman of the Batman versus Superman film went beyond just being a moody, brooding character. Like he was proto-fascist. Like he was branding people with his insignia so that they would get murdered in prison for their crimes, um, or he would kill them himself. Like he no longer had his no kill rule. He was drinking, which he doesn't drink in the comic books or in any other film. He doesn't drink. Like in the comic books, he when he's at events, he has the wait staff actually go and pour him ginger ale so that people think he's drinking champagne. So he doesn't smoke or drink. But remember in Batman vs Superman, Alfred made the quip that the Wayne wine cellar is going to be empty by the time Bruce Wayne finishes with it. But yeah, he wasn't drinking his pains away. He definitely wasn't killing. He definitely wasn't branding people so they could get killed in prison. Like as far as how he fought and the fear that he brought to people, that was very comic book accurate. Like he Ben Affleck in the aspect of apprehending criminals and and using fear tactics, that was very much like that was the most comic book accurate version of Batman I've seen in a live adaptation of him. But as far as his ethos, that was nothing like Batman. Like he was not a paranoid he wasn't a paranoid person like he was in a movie. He didn't drink, he didn't kill people. Superman wasn't a moody, brooding character who had this sort of Ayn Randian outlook on life that, like, his parents were horrible. His father told him, mate, you shouldn't save people because it will give away the fact that you are a metahuman and people won't be able to understand that. He's like, so, Clark asked him, he said, what, should I just let him die? He's like, yeah, maybe. if that'll keep you safe. I'm like, what the this is why James Gunn went out of his way to show a more comic book accurate Superman and a more comic book accurate version of his of Ma and Pa Kent, because Ma and Pa Kent and Zack Snyder's films was completely unlike the Ma and Pa Kent of the comic books. Like I said, his father told him don't save people, so not to give away that he has superpowers because people wouldn't understand and they will come for him. His mother in Batman versus Superman said, "Save people, don't save people. It doesn't matter. Do what you want. You don't, you know, they don't." She was like, "You don't owe them anything." I'm like, "What the wait? What?" I was like, "Wow, like how, like." And Zack Snyder has admitted he's like a fan of like Ayn Rand, who's a pseudo philosopher, which is why her 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 beliefs called objectivism is complete bullshit. Zack Snyder must have had one philosophy class when he was in college. Decided, oh, this was good. Like he should keep Zack Snyder away from superhero films for the rest of his career. He can go back to making zombie movies. Even when he did the I forgot that superhero team, when he did them, he messed them up because the creator of um of that that superhero group said he messed up that that comic book. Yeah, Zack Snyder needs to stay the hell away from any superhero franchise ever again for the rest of his film career. But yeah, Batman versus Superman was horrible. Literally, the most fun I had watching Batman versus Superman was watching with my friends, where we were counting how many people Batman killed, and we said every time the bat the Batmobile hit someone, that was a death. Because when you have a a fortified vehicle the size and weight of a tank, anytime it hit someone, that was death. So we had a blast counting off how many people he killed. But it should it was and then the other problem with Batman versus Superman, they tried to do too much. That could have been three separate films. Everything they were doing should have been three separate films. Like Batman versus Superman, that should have been one film where it basically shows Batman getting, like, if you wanted to show a Batman who lost his way and then through his interactions with Superman realizing, you know, that he had lost his way and showing him the humanity of Superman, all that could have been one movie. And then the thing where it was showing how all these other metahumans existed and them meeting Wonder Woman, that could have been a separate movie. And then when Superman fights um um not Doomsday, what's his name? When he fights Apocalypse. I mean not Apocalypse. What sorry, I can't remember his name right now. When he fights his arch nemesis, that could have been a third movie. That could have been Man of Steel Part 2 when he dies fighting j- j- um what's his name? Plus, they could have done a better job with the CGI, so he didn't look like a cave troll from Lord of the Rings. But those could have been three separate movies. The Dawn of Justice, that could have been one movie, um, as like a preamble to the Justice League, introducing Wonder Woman, and then showing how all these other metahumans exist in their world. That could have been a separate movie altogether. That could have been a Batman movie, the Dawn of Justice, and then Batman versus Superman should have been its own thing where it was just the interaction between them and showing how Batman in his fight for Gotham over the years lost his way, and how his interaction with Superman realized he realized that that he should have been, you know, that he should have stuck to his mission, which was to save to save the people of Gotham, and by doing so, not killing the very people whom he's trying to rescue from Gotham, because they might themselves be someone who deserves a second chance, or the fact that if he does kill them, even if it's justified, it will lead him down a path where, as he was doing in the movie, that he finds justification for killing all his criminals that he apprehends. That could have been a separate movie. And then, like I said, then the third movie could have been Man of Steel Part 2, where Superman loses life fighting um, Doomsday. It is, sorry, his name is Doomsday. I'm confusing that with Doctor Doom. Yeah, when he fights Doomsday. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting these names incorrect, guys. It's past midnight. It's 1 o'clock. Carter says the marketing budget is equal to the production budget. Sometimes, so the fact, so it's the marketing budgets for big budget films can be very nebulous. Like they'll often, and even time, and sometimes they'll lie about the production budget. How many times have we caught them lying about the production budget for a big superhero film, especially Marvel? They will lie because they don't want people to know that they actually lost money on a film that was highly panned by critics. They'll just say, "Oh, these critics are just being misogynist. They just hate women, or they just hate black people. They hate minorities." And it's like, no, you're trying to use uh, you're pandering to these identity groups because in place of a well written movie. Because if it's a well written movie, people aren't going to care if it's featuring minorities or women as the stars of those films. There are a lot of films in in classic Hollywood that did well, that featured minorities because they were well written. People like Predator 2 starring Danny Glover. People love the Alien, the first Alien movies starring Sigourney Weaver. Okay, um, and there's a lot, there's a lot of other examples of films featuring minorities and women from the past that did really well. So when people say, "Oh, these people just hate women and minorities," no, they don't. It's the fact that you made a mediocre film that's poorly written, has bad CGI, and you made a movie, because this is something Marvel Studios is notorious for doing. They will film a movie before they even have a finished script for it, and then they will cut and paste and do a whole bunch of editing to make it make sense instead of having a script in place. So this is one thing that James Gunn said he would do, unlike Marvel Studios, is that he said he would not greenlight a film until he already had a script. He said this is why he greenlit Supergirl before he greenlit Batman or a sequel to Superman, because he already had a working script for Supergirl. He already has a script for Clayface, so he's going to do a movie about Clayface from Batman's Road Gallery. Um, but and the reason why his Guardians of the Galaxy films were good, because he already, for all three movies, he had scripts for those films. But like I said, Marvel Studios is notorious for greenlighting a film before there's even a working script, and then they'll go back and do reshoots. Um, Cap, Captain America: Brave New World was so bad, it was released a year and a half later or 2 years later, because they were still reworking the film as they were going, because they didn't have a finished script for it when they started filming it. Same thing they were doing with Blade. That's why Blade never made it. Is because they never had a finished script for it. They couldn't agree. They kept hiring and firing directors who disagreed with the direction that they wanted to go with the film. At one point, they wanted the film about Blade to instead be about his daughter, who I believe was going to be a lesbian daughter. Like it was literally as bad as South Park said, put a chick in it and make her gay. Like that's exactly what they want to do with the Blade movie. They were gonna literally make it about his daughter instead of him. Like make a put a chicken in it and make her gay. Like that's what they were gonna do with the Blade movie. And my Shara, what's his name? Mashara Mashahara Ali, the star of the movie, and many directors and other creatives behind it didn't want to go in the direction the Marvel Studios did with the film. But and like I said, so they will often lie about how much they spent on the production budget. Like they'll say, like they'll release to the press that they spent like 100, like they spent like $200 million, and after all the reshoots and all that other stuff, that's usually double. It may be closer to four, even $500 million, and then that doesn't even factor in the marketing budget. And like I said, the marketing budget, like you said, can be equal to the production budget, which is fun. That is ridiculous. Like if you like think about it, if you're making a big budget superhero film for like, let's just say $300, and a marketing budget is also a staggering $300 million, your film has to do over a billion to to be a success. Because remember, if it makes only 600, say it makes 600 million, it's still not covering the cost of that, because the the movie has to split the cost. Like the studios have to split the cost with the theaters. So if the movie makes 600 million, um, then it's splitting that 300, and then you got to talk about domestic versus worldwide. So they'll recoup some of their costs worldwide, but usually their largest audience is the American audience. And then for a long time, you notice Marvel was catering to the Chinese audience, because they have the largest, they're a larger audience than us. When you got when you have one a nation of 1.4 billion people, uh if 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 a quarter of those people go to see a movie, that's a success. So that's why Marvel and Disney in general have been catering to uh to the Chinese audience for a long time, because that is a lot of money there to be had. um um and that could help them recoup their losses in America. But like I said, if you make a big budget film for $300 million, and then your marketing budget is 300 million, that's $600 million. You have your your movie has to make $1 billion to to be in the green. If it only makes if it only makes 600 million, is gonna lose. And like I said, but the thing is, they're not going to tell you their marketing budget. They'll tell you their production budget, and even then, they may not be completely upfront with the production budget until maybe a few years later. Like it's usually come out a few years later how much many of these movies actually cost. Like they may initially lie and say Captain America: Brave New World only cost 180 million or $200 million, something like that, and then we hear how much it really costs. It was like, wait, it was like double that amount. But they're still not going to tell you the marketing budget, because the marketing budget is a little bit more nebulous, because so many different things go into what becomes the marketing budget, the advertising, the promotion, all that sort of stuff. Um, and they're often very secretive about the marketing budget. But it would be, if we roughly say it's equal to the production budget, that means that a lot of these high budget films are coming in at a loss in the last few years. This is why Marvel said they were going to scale back how many movies they release a year, because they can't afford it. Like they're just They they're just bleeding money. Same thing with Star Wars. Star Wars was bleeding as well, but I'm not going to go on Star Wars. Like, but at least most of the Batman films have been successful. Like I said, the Batman in 2022 did well, relatively. Even though I don't, I don't like, uh, I don't like, what's it, I don't like Pattinson as Batman. I mean, it's funny. He's old enough to play Batman, but he still looks like Nightwing. He's too scrawny. Like I'm too scrawny to play Batman. Look. No, he's like no. And I remember when they were filming, he said he wasn't. He said he was not going to go on a bodybuilding regimen for the part. And people kept trying to defend it. Well, this is Batman from Batman Year One. I'm like, no, it's not. I was like, most of you saying this is Batman from Year One, never even read the comic book. I was like, I have Batman Year One right here. In Batman Year One, he was still at the peak of physical fitness. The only difference in Batman Year One is he was still figuring out what his superhero, what his superhero identity was going to be, and figuring out how to utilize fear to against criminals, so that they, for his own safety, because he realized when he went on his first excursions as a vigilante, they weren't scared of him, so he was getting into more fights. But once he put fear into them, they were less likely to physically engage with him. So that was what was happening in Batman Year One. Then he adopted his alias name Matches Malone, where he puts on a mustache and he actually works as a low level mob fixer, and he gets involved in organized crime to find out to do intelligence gathering and stuff like that under his alias Matches Malone. I think that came out in Batman Year One, which they didn't show in the movie either. But people kept trying to defend the Batman, saying it was a reflection of Batman Year One. I'm like, no, it wasn't. Batman Year One was better reflected in the Dark Knight. But whatever. Um, Connor says they like Harley Quinn because she's reckless. Exactly, modern women like her because she's an exaggeration of them. She's a reckless, mentally ill, sexually profligate. I, Let me stop myself before going too far. But yeah, I remember when I first started going to Comic Cons. I thought the girls were sexy when they were dressed like Harley Quinn. Then I just got tired of it because like almost every other female cosplayer was Harley Quinn. I'm like, all right, I'm just tired. So I just stopped taking pictures of them. I was like, I would take pictures of female cosplayers who weren't Harley Quinn. Is his name Punchline? Yep, that's her name, Punchline. That became the Joker's new femme fatale sidekick, Punchline. I don't. I think she's still alive in the comics. Um, I haven't read this. I haven't read any of the newer comics since um the Batman Who Laughs. That was like, I think the Batman Who Laughs is the most recent thing that I read. That and the Bat Family. There was a new on Free Comic Book Day. I remember reading the Bat Family, but it's not part of the main. It's not part of the main continuity because in the Bat Family comic book, Alfred is still alive, and everyone knows that ever since uh, the re well, ever since the rebirth uh, storyline, Bane killed Alfred, and they haven't brought him back into the main continuity yet. But in the Bat Family comic book, he's still alive. So I'm like, they should just bring him back in the main continuity. I think the only reason they haven't is just because they haven't figured out how to do it without it being unbelievable. But I mean, I think they could bring back Alfred just by throwing him into Ra's al Ghul's Lazarus pit somehow. I mean, that's how they brought back that's how they brought back Jason Todd. So Eric says I had that same Wolverine action figure as a kid. Yep, uh, I have that too. You talking about? Are you talking about the version one Toy Biz action figure? Oops. I have multiples of Wolverine too because he's one of my favorite characters. Um, how many Wolverines? So I have the one the mint and I have the mint on card one that you saw on my bookshelf. I have that loose figure that you just saw just now. And I have a third one here in this in my little superhero book bag, my Batman book bag. There's a Wolverine in there. So I have one, two, three. I'm trying to think if I have a fourth one. Oh no, yeah, I do have a fourth one. It's two Wolverines up there. So you saw the mint on card one. No, I mean sorry, you saw the loose one in there with the other Toy Biz Marvel figures, but I also have a mint on card one, and then I have two other loose figures. Uh, but you probably didn't see the mint on card one. You saw this one, but all the way in the back, that's a mint on card all the way in the back behind Incredible Hulk. And this is the 1977 posable Hulk figure. Because that was my favorite. Version one was my favorite one, but I'm gonna buy the version two as well. But the Gabriel Burns brown and yellow, I think that's the classic costume, and that was the one he wore for the longest time, from like the 70s to the 90s. That was like his longest running. Well, actually, now I guess since then the blue and yellow has been his longest running one. But back in the day, the brown and yellow was his longest running time in the suit. So that's my favorite version of him because that was the one when the first wave of Toy Biz X-Men figures, he was in that suit, and then in wave two, they brought him out in the yellow and blue, and then they had like multiple waves of Wolverine during the Toy Biz era. Like I think they had like five different versions. They had the Berserker version of him from the Weapon X comic book. They had that version of him. They had um yeah, they had so many versions of him in the 90s Toy Biz um line of figures. But that one was my favorite. It was right around then that I had read his original graphic novel, which is what they based the movie off of. And if I don't know if you noticed, I have the movie, I had the DVD right there sitting on that with my other DVDs as well. Eric says the '89 Batmobile is my favorite, the coolest design and coolest gadgets. Yeah, by far, the '89 Batmobile is always going to be my favorite. Um, my second favorite is the Batmobile from the animated series, which is modeled after the movie version, of course. But yeah, the '89 one, I think most people when they vote on it, the '89 Batmobile is probably their favorite. Maybe older people like people from the Boomer and Silent Generation, their favorite might be the Adam West 1966 Batman series Batmobile. For them, that might be their favorite. And I'm just talking about live action because if you talk about the comics or if you talk about the cartoon, then that's different because you have so many different versions of the Batmobile in the comic books. Like there was like I don't know how many. There's been like at least 20 different Batmobiles in the comic books. And it's probably been more than that now. But it's been at least 20 versions of it in the comic books alone. And then, like I said, in the cartoons, you had the animated series, Batmobile. Then you had the the Super Friends Batmobile. Then you had the 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 old the Adventures of Batman that came out in the '60s. You have that cartoon, so that Batmobile. So yeah, and I think the way and I think the way he looked in I think the way he looked in the new Avengers of Batman that came out in the '60s, and well, there was the Adventures of Batman, then there was the new Adventures of Batman that came out in the '70s. And I think that was the version they used in the Scooby Doo mysteries for us older folks. The Scooby Doo the Scooby Doo mysteries when they had the little team ups with other when they would cross over with other things. And they had the crossover with Batman and Robin. They took down the Joker. Then the Scooby Doo had another crossover with the Harlem Globetrotters. Real CP says Batman and Bloodsport. That would be nice. In Bloodsport? You mean like the the Van Damme movie? Which also I don't know if you noticed I had that DVD on my stand as well. I have Bloodsport and Kickboxer. I don't know how he would fit into that. Um, I mean, clearly he would beat every single person because he's the best martial artist in the world. So he would beat everyone, including Frank Dukes. Carden says I like the Nolan Batman and new Batman. Yeah, like my favorite is Michael Keaton as Batman from the Tim Burton movies. And then my second favorite is Christian Bale as Batman in the Nolan Dark Knight trilogy. Eric says I like comic book movies to have the same outrageous action as the comics. This is why I love the new Superman movie. Yeah, it's just for some movies it's harder to translate that onto film while keeping it realistic. So, for instance, James Gunn had reached out to Zack Snyder, and he said he asked them, "Did you ever try? Did 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 you try? Did you ever try a version of Superman in his trunks?" And Zack Snyder said, actually told him, he said, "Yeah." The funny thing is, you had all these little, um, I don't want to call them incels. You had all these little comic book weirdos like, "Oh, he actually talked to Zack Snyder." I'm like, yeah, just because we don't like the Zack Snyder films, these are these are two professionals. Like, why wouldn't they be friendly with each other? They don't take this stuff as seriously as the fans do. I was like, I don't know why people were surprised that James Gunn was friendly with Zack Snyder. Like, why would people? I was like, you guys are too lost in your own. I'm a fanboy. Obviously, I'm a fanboy. You guys see, I'm a fanboy, but I live in the real world. There's no, I am not surprised that two filmmakers are friendly with each other just because they made two competing versions of a character. Like that, so like that's goofy. And they were like people were like, oh, James Gunn talked to them. Like, yeah, they're professionals, and they, from what I can tell, they're friendly with each other. I don't know if they're friends, but they they get along. And he said so. James Gunn was asking Zack Snyder. He said, "Did you ever try to put Superman in trunks?" He was like, "Yeah, I just couldn't get it to work." He was like, "He's like, we tried it a couple of different ways, and he's like, I just couldn't make it look realistic because again." When you remember when Man of Steel came out in 2013, they were still they were still trying to ground Superman in a more realistic world because originally because Christopher Nolan was an executive was a producer on Man of Steel, and originally they wanted him to make the film, and they were even trying to get Christian Bale to come back to play Batman and Superman versus Batman. People don't know that. Well, some people do, but in Superman versus Batman, they originally wanted Christian Bale to reprise his role, and Christian Bale said he wasn't going to do it without Nolan, without Christopher Nolan being a part of it. And Christopher Nolan was asked originally to spearhead because of his success with the Dark Knight trilogy. They originally wanted Christopher Nolan to continue with the Man of Steel thing, um, for the DC extended universe. He turned it down because he said he wanted to keep the Dark Knight trilogy apart from the larger DC universe. He wanted it to be its own separate thing. This is why now we just call it, refer to it as the Nolan verse in the comic books, as his own separate world, because he wanted it to be a whole. He wanted it to be encapsulated from the other superhero stuff. He wanted it to be his own thing where it was a universe in which there were no superheroes, in which there was a Batman, and some people like that. Some people don't, like Eric, but he wanted it to be his own thing. He wanted to keep his own artistic integrity, um, by not using the success to to build up a bigger superhero universe. But he did have producer credit on Man of Steel, and like I said, originally they wanted him to spearhead it, and they tried to get Christian Bale to reprise his role, and he said he wasn't going to do it without Nolan. Similar to Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton was supposed to come back for Batman Forever, and just like Christian Bale, Michael Keaton said he wasn't going to do it without Tim Burton. Because they decided to do Batman Forever without Tim Burton, they hired Joel Schumacher instead. Michael Keaton decided not to return. He said he trusted Tim Burton's vision of Batman, and that's why he didn't come back. And they had to hire, and they ended up hiring, um, what's his name, to play him instead. So, but the Superman movie is silly. It doesn't take itself seriously, but that's because it's James Gunn purposely wanted it to be, harking back to the Silver Age of comics, which was a very campy and zany area of comic books. It is often most because a lot of people from the baby boomer generation, and even some people from the early Gen X generation grew up on these Silver Age comics, that that is often considered the 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 favorite the favorite period for comic books for a lot of people, because the comic books didn't take themselves seriously back then. But it was harder to translate into live action, um, which is easier nowadays because we have CGI. we have we have both CGI and we have real, practical effects that can mirror that sort of stuff that can only be shown in a comic book or a cartoon, 30 years ago. But it's I really I like the new Superman movie, but you can't do that for every. Well, it's they haven't announced who's going to play Batman yet, but it's we already know it's going to be based on bat the the Batman and Robin series from like 15 years ago, which was more lighthearted. They're going to use Damian Wayne as Robin. Um, but not look. The thing was, I think Nolan making a grounded Batman and Dark Knight trilogy worked well. The problem was when everyone started to try to make their superheroes grounded, like Marvel, the MCU went out of their way to make fun of the more comic book aspects of their movies, and it was like, stop apologizing for being a comic book film, just embrace it. Like, every time, like like in Spider-Man No Way Home, for instance, they were making fun of Doc Ock's name. He was like, your name is Octavius, Octavius or whatever. He was like, yes. They was like, they started snickering, laughing, and it was like, just embrace it for what it is. And it's like the the movies were scared to take themselves seriously. Remember the first X-Men movie, like when they were dressed in the all black leather, and Wolverine was like, "Why are you wearing this patent leather suit?" He was like, "What would you prefer? Uh, yellow and blue or something like this, so something like that. And it was like, actually, yes. Like the first X-Men movie was not good. I'm sorry. Other than it being the very first time you saw X-Men in live action, aside from that, if you look at it now, it's not good. It's really not. Other than the story, other than showing this, the showing Wolverine and showing Professor X and all that, like it just wasn't good. And they didn't portray. They made Cyclops into a joke, which he's not a joke at all in the comic books, which is why a lot of people like the new X-Men 97 show that came on Disney Plus, because it showed Cyclops at his best, being a leader, being strategic. Like in the comic books, he is just as strategic a leader as Captain America or Batman. Like that's how good of a leader Cyclops is in the comic books. He's up there with like Captain America and Batman when it comes to strategy and being a leader. But they didn't show that in the old movies. They made him into a joke. So anyway, it's a fine line between when you bring a superhero into live adaptation, like how much you lean into the comic book zaniness and how much you lean into making it grounded so that people don't have to suspend too, so there's not too much suspension of belief in seeing this character actually interact a in a real life sort of scenario. Like I said, the grounded in reality thing worked for Nolan because he purposefully made his world a grounded, like a grounded reality in which a superhero vigilante could exist. But when you try to do that for all the superhero films, it just gets annoying. Like remember the first Thor movie when they tried to say, remember in the like for the first phase, the first three phases. Well, I'll say sorry for the first until they introduced Doctor Strange into the Marvel films. Like until then, they kept trying to say that magic didn't really exist in the world. It was just a higher level of science that we didn't yet comprehend. And they said that in Thor, he was like, "In my world, what you guys call magic, we call science. It is both." So and they even went out of their way to say that it wasn't really magic in the world at that time in those early Marvel films because they were trying to again ground it in reality. And it's like that doesn't work with every sort of superhero. That only works with Batman, and that's only if you divorce all the other supernatural stuff going on. Like they had to ground Ra's al Ghul so that he wasn't a guy who keeps getting resurrected every time he dies. Um, you had to take you know you had to make him live in a world where there wasn't metahumans. He didn't live in a universe where there were where metahumans existed. So it's always a fine line between comic book zaniness and being grounded enough so that the audience doesn't have to suspend belief when watching these films. I think James Gunn leaned more into the comic book zaniness while still making it um fictionally believable, right? Gunn did a good job of that. That's why the movie came off so well. Is because he could lean so heavily into the comic book zaniness while still making it at least fictionally believable. And the part of how that worked was the fact that it wasn't an origin story. Like he in that Superman movie, metahumans already existed, magic and superpowers already existed. So you had people that can react to weird things going on in the world as if it was a normal thing because they have already been exposed to it for a long time, for hundreds of years. So, anyway, Eric says it was a Superman comic thrown on a silver screen. Yeah, I mean, he took elements from different. He took elements from All Star Superman, from the Man of Tomorrow, which is going to be the name of the sequel, by the way. The sequel to Superman is going to be called The Man of Tomorrow. So I think it's going to lean heavily into that graphic novel, that storyline, and I think it's going to probably follow from that one that was written called um, what there was a story, there was a graphic novel that was like the end of the old run of Superman comics, said whatever happened to the Man of Tomorrow. I think they're going to lean into that storyline, and I think they're going to use Brainiac, where possibly like seems like they're probably going to have Brainiac in the sequel movie. Although some people are saying he might be in Supergirl. I'm not sure because I think Lobo is also going to be in Supergirl. So I don't know if Lobo's going to be the main bad guy for Supergirl in that movie or what. And of course, Lobo's going to be played by the actor who played Aquaman. He said Arrow was the Timu Batman. He really was. Real CP says side. He said we talked on this before. If you still thinking about the discussion on Fallout series, new season 2 coming out. Gen V second series is showing now, the boy series. Yeah, so my free Prime video ended. I'm not paying for it. Um, so I'll catch it when I can. Right now, I'm about to watch the rewatch the first season of Gen V with my wife so that she can see it, and then we're going to talk about the boys after she's watched Gen V. Mary says, "What's up? What's going on?" Carden says, "I did not like Bale's voice in Batman. Some people didn't like it. I know a lot of people didn't like Bane's voice either. They said they couldn't understand what he was saying. If you couldn't understand Tom Hardy's voice in Bane, it doesn't get any better if you watch Peaky Blinders where he plays this Jewish gangster. His work, his voice is actually worse as a Jewish gangster in Peaky Blinders than it was as Bane. I don't know why. And in Venom, I don't know why he plays these characters where you can't understand their voices. It, he's a great actor, but I don't get why he does these scenes with characters and then gives them voices that people can't understand. Between Bane, Venom, or the character in Peaky Blinders, like man. But Batman does put on a gravelly voice, so they changed, they made it so they did it a different way in Batman versus Superman, which I did like, which is they gave him a voice. They gave him a voice changer built into his mask. So I liked how they did that, giving him the voice box to change to alter his voice when he's in the mask. But Bale's Batman is actually more like the one in the comic book insofar as he just physically changes his voice. He doesn't use a voice box in the comic books, at least not back then. He might now, but in the comic books he just changes his voice as well because he's actually a master ventriloquist in the comic books. He's a master of excuse me, ventriloquism. So he can alter his voice to sound like someone else. Just as sometimes how he fools bad guys, he'll use the voice of another person and trick them into thinking like it's a henchman or a boss or whatever. So Heath Ledger, yep, that's what I was trying to mention earlier. Cardin says they shot some of it in L.A. too. I used to live there. Yeah, like I said, I know it wasn't. Well, the Dark Knight trilogy wasn't just filmed on one place. Now, the first movie, Batman Begins, I think most of Gotham was actually filmed on set, and I think that's the one that was filmed in L.A. The first movie, Batman Begins, most of that was filmed actually in the studios. And I said on a studio set. I'm sorry, and I think that was in L.A. But in Dark Knight and in Dark Knight Rises, most of that for the scenes for Gotham was actually filmed in Chicago. But in the first movie, Batman Begins, it was a lower budget, so they shot all of that on a studio in a studio setting, and I think that was in L.A. But later, when they had a bigger budget, they Nolan had that shot in Chicago. Still better than Catwoman that was filmed in Canada of all places. It wasn't even in America. It was, and then the city wasn't even Gotham. But it was like it was like Canada, really. But the less we say about that Catwoman film and that it existed, the one with Holly Berry, the less you know the less the better that we talk about that Catwoman film that came out in 2004 because it was horrible. It won a Raspberry Award, Raspberry, for being so bad. Carter says the Dark Knight with Bane is the one I'm referring to. Oh, okay. Yeah. Still, part of it was filmed in Chicago, but of course, when they put all that stuff together, some of it's still going to be shot on set. Um, and yeah, I'm sure some of it was filmed in LA because you don't really have. You're probably going to need to film it somewhere near the water if to do that scene where he had to cry, fly across Gotham Bay to get to get the atomic bomb from detonating over the city and destroying it. Um, pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure the scene with him going across Gotham Bay was not in Chicago because you do have, even though you do have Lake Michigan right there, um, I, I'm pretty sure that was not. I'm pretty sure they didn't. That wasn't Lake Michigan. They filmed that. I could be wrong. Someone, if you guys want to fact check me, you can go ahead. But I'm pretty sure when they had the bat flying over, that was the name of because they didn't call it Batwing in the Dark Knight trilogy. They call it his flying vehicle the Bat. So when the Bat took off to fly the bomb over Gotham Bay, and to which Batman didn't tell anyone that he'd actually fixed the the automatic pilot because Lucius Fox said he didn't know how to get it to work autopilot. He had to drive it manually. But again, people didn't know how smart Bruce was that he had fixed the autopilot so that it was able to fly across Gotham Bay and he was able to escape before the bomb detonated and fake his own death so he could live a normal life. Um, but yeah, he I'm pretty sure that wasn't Lake Michigan that they where they filmed that. That was that was probably filmed in California. It would probably make more sense if they did it there than across Lake Michigan or the East River in New York. I don't think they would have used the East River in New York even to do that. Well, they could have, but pretty sure that scene was done in L.A. Eric says Damien is my favorite. Why? Damien is my favorite Robin. He's such a distinct personality, and I like the relationship he had with John Kent in Superman's Rebirth. I hate Damian Wayne. I think I think everyone who read the original comic book that where Damian Wayne was first introduced hated him, but that's because the comic book writer himself said he because when they first introduced Damian Wayne as a character in the books, after he was initially showed in Son of the Demon back in the 90s, and then that they wrote they made that a they decided to not make that part of the main continuity, so that never so um Bruce Wayne and Talia al Ghul becoming married, Bruce taking over the League of Assassins, and then they eventually having a child and her pretending to miscarry so that he could, because she realized that he could not be Batman while being a husband. Like she felt like he couldn't he couldn't be both Batman and be a happy husband and father, which is just crazy, but whatever. So she lied and told him he miscarried, so and said that she no longer wanted to be with him so that he could they could annul the marriage and he could go back to being Batman. Sort of remember that sort of happened the same thing with the Batman wedding that happened in 2018. Catwoman broke off the marriage to him, one because Bane tricked her into, and but besides that, she thought that he couldn't be both. She thought that being Batman, well, she thought he couldn't be happy and be Batman. So, sort of the same sort of thinking along those lines. But in either case, once they brought back Damien as a character, he wasn't originally written to be a permanent fixture in the Bat family. So he was written to be very obnoxious. He was like Scrappy Doo. He was like the Scrappy Doo of the Bat family. He was made intentionally to be obnoxious and standoffish with the other characters in the Bat family. And so most people who read the original Batman and Robin storyline with Damian hated the character, and I'm one of them. So I've never grown to like the character. Like even now, he's still annoying as hell. Like he's still the scrap to me. He's still the Scrappy Doo of the Bat family. He's still full of himself, even though he gets his ass kicked all the time. He thinks he's the best. He thinks he's the best in the Bat family, even though Dick Grayson is and Timothy have all both Tim Drake and Jason have beaten him a number of times. He's still cocky for no reason. Jason Todd is beating him, of course. Like they're grown. He's still a little kid. Like I don't like him. That's why a lot of people was like, why is James Gunn using Damian Wayne of all people as the rival? Like give us Dick Grayson. Like we've never got to see a live action version of Dick Grayson as a kid. Like the first time we got to see Dick Grayson on the silver screen, not as well. We saw him in a silver screen in the Batman movie from 1968, but that was just an extension of the TV show. And Burt Ward playing Robin was already a grown man, just like when Christopher O'Donnell played Robin in Batman Forever. He was already like 30. So that's why in because one thing in the Dark Knight trilogy, Christopher Nolan said he would never um put a Robin in his movies because he wanted it to be grounded. He's like, you can't have a grounded Batman with a child sidekick. But what he didn't say was that he was gonna, but he got around that by basically introducing a Robin like character who was already grown. So he got around that by both giving you Robin while sticking to his original by stick, but still sticking to his original claim that he wasn't going to ever have a a Robin sidekick to his Batman and his films. So he kind of gave you both at the same time because I remember everyone when the movie came out, they was like, "Who's this guy?" And then he was like, she was like, she was like, you should use your first name, Robin. And everybody was like, ooh. But yeah, Damian Wayne is the worst Robin of all of them. I'm sorry. We just got contrasting view. We just have contrasting tastes when it comes to Batman. Like the Christopher Nolan trilogy is the best stuff outside of the Batman 1989. And Damian Wayne was the worst Robin of all the Robins, even the ones from the alternate universes, because you had no, well, I guess maybe not the worst. Stephanie Brown might be the worst Robin. People don't remember Stephanie Brown took on both the Robin. She took both the mantle as Robin and as Batgirl. Um, and Batman fired her because he didn't want her to. He fired her not because he didn't like her. He fired her because he thought she would get hurt, and she, she wasn't prepared to for that stuff. And then she later tried to prove herself by with, and that became its own storyline called War Games. But that's a different topic. But yeah, Damien is by far the worst Robin ever. He's the one I've disliked the most out of all of them. He's annoying. He's such an annoying, cocky character, and he's cock. His skills does not meet his level of cockiness because he's getting his ass kicked all the time. I just, as far as his relationship with John Kent, I don't really like John Kent either. So he says stories plus PCP equals me. Kind of, sort of. PCP, steroids, but it's more than, like I said. He's basically taking a toxic version of super soldier serum. Like it's basically like this, whatever it gave rise to both Captain America or to dead not Deadshot. What is his name? Can't remember. And I'm not talking about Deadpool. I'm talking about the basically the evil version of Captain America in the DC. The who is the person that they modeled Deadpool after, basically. What's his name? I can't remember his name right now. But it's about time for me to go. It's late. Carter says, "Oh yes, the 2022 Batman was getting popped in the head by shotguns and it didn't phase him." I'm like, yeah, bro, his body armor defied physics. Like that's not how body armor works. I don't care how tough that body armor is. If you get hit by gunfire, it is going to knock you down and it's going to hurt. But he was literally just walking through gunfire. Like I get it. It was supposed to look badass. That's fine. But don't sit there and talk. But that's fine if you do that scene so it just shows how badass Batman is. But that is the most unninja thing he could do, is like just sit there and just walk through gunfire like it doesn't phase him. That's a Superman thing, walking through gunfire and not getting phased by it. But Batman walking through gunfire, like that was, not only was that unninja like, that just defied laws of physics. Like it, in the 1989 film when he got shot, it knocked him down, and he was unconscious for a few seconds, and that's how they realized he was a man. They was like, "Oh, he's wearing body armor. He's human." Or in the Dark Knight trilogy, he got hit by gunfire and it affected him. But you're gonna say in this 2022 film, "Oh, this is way more realistic than those other Batman films." But he's walking through gunfire, literally defying the laws of physics, and literally falling from the sky and not breaking anything. He didn't break his leg. He didn't break his arm. He didn't sprain his neck. Nothing. Like just fine. They're close. And when at a point where he literally should have died, he just shoots some epinephrine or something like that, and he's okay. That 2022 film was shit. And then he's supposed to show how smart he is, how good of a detective he is, and he can't even decipher a simple Spanish riddle. Like, what? Come on. Harden says the trolls in the chat escaped from Arkham Asylum. Right. And none of them, and then I don't take trolls seriously because none of them can beat me in real life. Like, I'm a nerd, but I'm a nerd that can fight. I run 7 miles a day. Like, not one of these trolls could fuck me up in real life. I would challenge someone to have the balls to come to Baltimore and even try for all these little dumbass trolls. None of you are built like that. You're talking to a Gen Xer who's survived Baltimore in the 90s and have been in real fights. Most of you, the only thing you fight is your dick. Y'all beat that up every night. That's the only thing these trolls can beat up is their dick. The only time they've known anything about the army is Call of Duty. I've been in the army, so I don't. I can't. I can't take. I can't take a man seriously who wants to disrespect me, but doesn't pose any physical harm to me. So that's why I don't take trolls seriously. I can't say this for the rest of YouTube. A lot of these men on YouTube aren't built like that. I am. So I don't take trolls seriously because most of them are just a bunch of little autistic dweebs beaten off because they don't get pussy. They're ugly as fuck. They're probably fat. Um, Half of them are little kids who need to be kicked upside their fucking head because their little single mothers don't have any fathers for them. Yeah, should I go on? Because I will roast these little losers. Trolls are just these online trolls are just losers. And like I said, I don't worry about them because can't none of them fight me in real life. So they they're not like the people who escape from Arkham Asylum. At least the people from Arkham Asylum can actually hurt you. None of these online trolls can actually hurt me. And I'm sure I I'm sure I shit out more testosterone than they have in their whole body. Anyway, Carlos says bat signal at the end of Avengers would be beyond viral. That would be a monumental moment. Dude, I'm telling you, like I said a half an hour ago, if at the end of Avengers Secret Wars, like they would say, you know how they say the Avengers will return, and they would say, you know, and if at the end of the post credit scene they say the Avengers will return, and all of a sudden you see a bat signal shoot out, and you hear the music, and then it just cuts off right there. I'm telling you, the world will lose its collective shit. I'm telling you, Marvel and DC fans would unite. A bunch of fanboys would just bust a nut on themselves in the movie theater right then and there. Like their girlfriends would be looking at them like, "Baby, what's wrong?" And he's just like, "I'm telling you, no. If DC Studios and Marvel Studios ever wanted to build the same excitement for films that people had at the by by Endgame, that is the way you do it. You have to. The only way you're going to build up the same type of excitement. Because I mean, we've already had look, we've already had Endgame. All right, we've already had Spider-Man: No Way Home when you had the three different versions of Spider-Man meet each other. We've already had Deadpool and Wolverine finally do their collaboration. We've had Batman and Superman, which was a huge disappointment, meet collaborating. The only thing left is a DC and Marvel crossover, and that indeed would spark the same sort of enthusiasm to Endgame. And like I said, they're at this point they've exhausted so many things that they've done already, and we're already getting Secret Wars. We're getting Doomsday, who is the biggest for people who are DC fanboys and don't know about Marvel. Doomsday is the biggest supervillain of Marvel. Just like for DC, the biggest supervillain is Joker. For Marvel, it is Doom. It is Doctor Doom. Sorry, I keep saying Doomsday. But the movie is going to be called Avengers Doomsday, but the supervillain is Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is the biggest supervillain of Marvel, just like Joker is the biggest supervillain of DC. That generated a lot of buzz, but people are already tired of Marvel. It lost they lost most of the goodwill they built up through 5 years of mediocre films and pushing identity politics over good story, right? Over good storylines and making meaningful films. Um, the only way you can get capture the excitement that people had when Endgame was released is a DC and Marvel crossover. And like I said, if they sorry not you if they at the end of uh Avengers Secret Wars that comes out 2 years from now, no, 3 years now because Doom Avengers Doomsday comes out in 2026, and so I think of Secret Wars comes out either in 2027 or 2028. I know it's been pushed back. When that comes out at the post credit scene, if they say the Avengers will return in the future, and then all of a sudden you see the bat signal shoot out, that would be the biggest thing ever. But I don't think that's going to happen. The direction they're going in after Secret Wars is to relaunch the X Men. They're going to relaunch the X Men characters, but within the MCU. Now that they've got the rights back to it, they're basically going to basically do the mutant. They're just going to retell the all the mutant stories and X Men stuff within the MCU now. That's is what's going to happen after Secret Wars, and I just don't think people are going to have the same excitement because we've already seen it done. Like people are still going to be excited because people love the X Men and people love Marvel, but it's not going to be as big. The only way they're going to get the same buzz again, both studios get the same sort of love that they had in 2019. They're gonna have to DC. They're gonna have to do a DC Marvel crossover. And what's and I'll tell you another thing. If they do a DC Marvel crossover and it's successful, then a bunch of other studios are going to try to copy that and do crossovers as well. Because there were a lot of films that almost did crossovers and then they never happened. There was almost a crossover with the Fast and the Furious and uh, the what I forgot what franchise, but they almost did a crossover with another franchise. I know Men in Black had almost did a crossover with another franchise. So what you will see happening through the desperation of these film studios to still attract a large audience to big budget movies is that they will have to go the route of doing franchise crossovers, and the biggest and best one to start it off with would be a DC Marvel crossover. I think eventually they will reach the desperation that they may do a crossover, and that is literally the only way they're going to save the superhero franchise from becoming a remnant of the past, the way the Western movies went back in the 70s. By the early 70s, so Westerns were a big thing. So talking to the younger folks and to the Gen Xers like myself who don't know better, because I mean we may have seen Westerns in syndication on TV, but we didn't grow, Gen X, we didn't grow up in an era when Westerns were big. Western movies were big in the 60s, and then they kind of fell off until the so-called spaghetti Westerns that made people like Clint Eastwood big with the the Man with No Name trilogy, Fistful of Dollars, A Fistful Mole of Dollars, and a Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and the Star Wars character, um, um, what's his name? He was sort of based off the Fistful of Dollars character, the man with no face. I mean, sorry, the man with no name, the bounty hunter. Um, but yeah, just like the spaghetti westerns kind of resurrected the the movie western era, you would have to do a you would start have to superhero films would start have to doing crossovers to bring back the superhero genre. Because like I said, after 2024, it was just a done deal. Like Superman did well last summer. Um, I'm saying last summer, like it literally just turned fall just today. It's, today is the the first day of fall, I think. But this summer that just passed yesterday, um, Superman did well. Fantastic Four did okay. I like both. Don't get me wrong. I love both movies though. I actually love both movies. But superhero. Superman did good. Fantastic Four did okay. But they, but you gotta think if Fantastic Four and Superman, as good as they were released 6 years ago, those movies would have done so much better. Those both of those movies would have been billion-dollar films, but they're in a they were released in an era where people have lost it's not superhero fatigue. So I get tired of people saying superhero. It's not superhero fatigue. It's it's a couple of things. It's not actually people love superhero films when they're done well. As we've seen, people will come to the theaters to see the superheroes that they love if the movie is good. And so it's not superhero fatigue. It is two. It's a couple of things. It's mediocre movie fatigue. Number one, again, because of the goodwill Marvel films have built up over the years with the MCU, up to Endgame, Kevin Feige thought it was safe for them to release a bunch of mediocre movies that pushed political identity, put that pushed um, identity politics over good good storylines, and releasing and pushing um, characters in the comic books who were diverse characters that never did well in the comic books. But if the characters never did well in the comic books, it didn't make sense that you would spend literally millions of dollars on them in a live adaptation. That doesn't make sense. Like if it didn't do well in the comic books, why would you literally invest hundreds of millions of dollars to bring them to screen and think it's going to do any better than it did in the books? So yeah, so there's one mediocre film fatigue, and then the other thing is franchise fatigue. People are tired of people are starting to get tired of franchise films. They now they people are more willing to see films that aren't a ongoing franchise going on for 10, 20 years. Like this is franchise fatigue as well. So that's what's killing the superhero films. Not that people have fatigue with superheroes themselves. People love superheroes. They're just tired of mediocre films, and they're tired of long ongoing franchises. I think that's what's killing the superhero films. Um, and again, releasing characters and then again pushing identity politics or pushing DEI characters who didn't do well in the comic books. Those three factors are is what's killing the superhero films. And then even when a character wasn't a divert, ethnic or DEI character in the comic books, then they race swap or gender swap them in the movies, like Taskmaster in both in both Black Widow and in the Thunder, the what do you call them? The Thunder, whatever. The I can't remember. The new Avengers, the Thunder, whatever they call themselves. Like I'm glad they killed Taskmaster in the first 5 minutes of the movie because she's annoying. Like Taskmaster was not a girl in the films, and she didn't have the same back. Taskmaster in the books is one of the best assassins in the world, like up there with Deadpool, and he can literally mimic anyone's fighting style, which is why he hates mimicking Deadpool because Deadpool is when he mimics Deadpool, he can't follow what Deadpool's fighting strategy because Deadpool is literally insane. So, he, um, but yeah, Taskmaster is like one of the deadliest people in Marvel on the street level. As far as street level supervillains, Taskmaster is one of the most dangerous people because he can literally, model anyone's fighting style and stuff like that. And they just made that into a joke in the Black Widow film. Or remember how they made the Mandarin originally. The Mandarin wasn't even really a Chinese person. He became. They decided to make him a. They thought it would be less racist to make him into a Jewish actor. Like what? Because they thought it would be racist to make the Mandarin, the Mandarin in the comic books, he was based off of a racist depiction of Chinese people. Because he was originally, the Mandarin was originally based on the a character from the old comic strips called Fu Manchu, and then Marvel didn't have the rights to Fu Manchu, so they renamed him the Mandarin in their comic books. But he was still maintained that same um, stereotypical um, evil Chinese character look. So they thought that would be not good for their audience, which again, Disney and Marvel were catering specifically to the Chinese audience at that time. So in Iron Man 3, they decided not to go that route, and that people hated that. So they decided to say that that wasn't the real Mandarin. And then they brought back the real Mandarin for the Shang-Chi movie, played by one of the best Chinese actors in the industry. Only thing I didn't like about it was similar to Black Panther, they made it a family rivalry, and I was like, can we stop making all the ethnic superheroes in Marvel fight their family? Like Black Panther has to fight his cousin, Shang-Chi has to fight his father. Like, no. Anyway, sorry. I keep going on these rants. I apologize. Carter says, yeah, it's not cool to release the spoilers. CP says the last question I was asking. Sorry, guys, I know I'm way behind in the comments because I go on these rants because as you can see, I'm really amped up about this sort of. You can tell this is the stuff I love talking about. So I go on these long rants and I get way behind in the comments. I apologize. Carter says they would have to shoot that scene without anyone knowing, not even the actors and only a few crew members. Yeah, like I said, that's what they did with the Mandalorian season 2 when they brought back Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker. Almost no one on set knew um that so they people saw the script. They knew in the script there was supposed to be a Jedi coming back to save them, but in the script there was different versions of who that Jedi was going to be. None of them said it was going to be Luke Skywalker. So when he came on set, the 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 film crew was just as surprised. Like I think the only people who knew at the time who was going to be there were the actors, were like the main cast. Like I think the main cast knew, but not even everyone in the cast knew that it was going to be like it was literally limited to a very few people. Like of course, the director and the director and producers knew, but most of the people on set didn't know that Luke Skywalker was going to be the person who rescues the Mandalorian and Grogu at the end of season 2. And that was pretty much the only way they kept it from being leaked. So they would, if if there was going to be a DC crossover that makes, and they wanted to keep it a secret. They would have to literally keep it a secret from most of the people in the film as well. What's up, Kevin? He says you kind of favor Mr. Terrific, brother, man. Hey, I take that as a compliment. Yo, Mr. You gotta understand, Mr. Terrific is one of my favorite black superheroes. Like, for some, it's Black Panther, and I'm going to be honest, I love Chadwick Boseman playing Black Panther, but I was never into the character back in the day, especially because I was mostly all about DC in the '90s, except for like the X-Men. I was um, except for the X-Men and Spider-Man. Those were like my favorite Marvel characters, but other than that, I was mostly all DC. Particularly because my favorite character is Batman. So when it came to black superheroes, like, yeah, Marvel had Luke Cage and they had Black Panther, but I was never really into them like that. Like, I wasn't literally into Black Panther until Chadwick Boseman played him. Um, and unfortunately, a lot of black superheroes were kind of corny because they either had electric superpowers, including Miles Morales. Like, I love Miles Morales, but I hate that he has electric superpowers. Like, why does every black, well, not every black superhero, but why do so many black superheroes have electric superpowers? I don't get that. Like, or they have black in their name. Now, again, Black Panther gets away with being called the Black Panther because literally it was named, the superhero was named after the group, after the Black Panther group themselves. So that's what, and which is funny because the two people who created Black Panther were two white Jewish men. They were woke. But yeah, no, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created uh, Black Panther. But hey, Jack Kirby was definitely, I, he was probably definitely a bit of a, well, I won't say he was a hippie, but he was definitely on the left, I think, because there was this scene where he, what was it? This comic book panel, I think Black Panther beat up a bunch of Klansmen or something. It was crazy, and people were like, "Do you really want this in your comic book?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, this is what we go up with." But aside from that, again, it wasn't too many black superheroes that I really liked. Like, Static Shock was okay if you guys remember the cartoon Static Shock. Static Shock, um, came from the Vertigo imprint back in the day. They kind of, some people might say they kind of whitewashed him for the comic book because he was more Afrocentric in the Vertigo books. He would wear it because he used to wear the little Malcolm X. You wouldn't know if people don't remember the '90s, but the '90s, the Mal the Malcolm X baseball cap was big. I remember I wanted one and I never got it, but because I was so I was so pro blackity black back then. I had my little I used to wear my little African Ankh chain, like the Egyptian Ankh. I used to wear that, and I used to either read or buy all these little Afrocentric books. I used to go up to Howard University when my father was a professor there and buy those buy those books at this you know this little conscious pro black bookstore. So I was into that stuff before people are all into the Hotep thing now, but I just grew out of it. But Static Shock was like one of those kids. Like he was like a kid. He was like one of those teenagers, like I was back in the '90s when he originally came out. And I liked the cartoon, but I never read those comics under Vertigo. Um, No, I'm sorry. First, I think they were first under Image, or I don't know, but they originally came under DC, under DC Comics. But they were originally, I think, an indie comic with all these black superheroes, and some of them have been introduced into this into the main continuity of DC. I mean, they all are part of the DC Comics main continuity now, but I mean, you've seen very little of them in the like cartoons and movies. Like may have seen some of them in like um just Justice League Unlimited had some, and Young Justice you had some of the characters. But like I said, a lot of the black superheroes didn't appeal to me because a part of their part of their identity was their race, and I was like, I'm I'm not attracted to the superheroes for their racial identity. I'm attracted to those superheroes for the type of character they are, aside from their race, not because of their race. And when and that's why I didn't like that's another reason why I didn't like Black Lightning, because I'm like, why is his name had to be Black Lightning? And I remember they even addressed that in one of the comic books. Because someone was like, dude, why'd you make your name Black Lightning? He asked him that in the comic book. He was like, look, this was the seven. He was like, look, it was the '70s. It was a different time then. It was funny, and I hated the CW show. It was so bad. I won't even get into this the corny Black Lightning CW show. But Black Lightning, Black Lightning was always corny as fuck to me. Um, so he didn't appeal to me. So like I said, it wasn't a lot of black superheroes that appealed to me, but um, Mr. Terrific appealed to me because his he being black wasn't a part of his superhero identity. That's why I could relate to him. They call him the third smartest person in the world, and he literally said he literally said, "Well, I'm the one who put it into the put it into the media that I was the third smartest person in the world." He said simply because he didn't want people to know exactly how smart he actually was, which kind of uh, which kind of intimates that he could be both. He could be smarter than both Batman and Lex Luthor. He just doesn't. He's just modest about his actual like his level of intelligence because he has like a dozen PhDs. he, he has he's won multiple Olympic gold medals. But yet they decided to make him the weakest character on CW Arrow, which I won't get into the CW show. The CW shows were just bad. They were just badly written and just bad TV shows. So the Mr. Terrific and the that's why another reason I like Superman is because they showed Mr. Terrific as he was in the comics instead of the CW version, which made him into. First of all, they made him gay for no reason in the CW series. Why? Two, they gave him a big afro that he would cornroll 5 minutes before going into battle in every episode. I'm like, why is he cornrolling his hair right? Like, why is his like he'll appear in a fight scene now? His hair is cornroll. I was like, first of all, why is he bothering to cornroll his hair every time they go to fight? And two, how in the hell is he? Does he cornroll a big afro in 5 minutes? I said that must be his superpower because that literally takes hours to do. And then three, they made him a sidekick to a fake version of Barbara Gordon, who was Green Arrow's girlfriend. Like, and she was one the most annoying character in the show, and he was her sidekick. I'm like, when is he someone else's sidekick? I'm like, this man in the comic books has led the Justice League, so he was like my favorite black superhero. Because then the other characters I like, that were black superheroes, were like derivative characters. Like I love Miles Morales. He's probably like Miles Morales is like my other favorite black superhero, but he's a derivative character because there already is a Spider-Man, so he's a Spider-Man from an alternate universe that gets brought into the 616 continuity in Marvel. But it's like, eh, I do like the character a lot, but he's a derivative character. So I put uh, Mr. Terrific above Miles Morales just because Mr. Terrific is his own character. Now I know if people want to nitpick, they will say, "Well, actually, Just A Contrarian, there was a white Mr. Terrific back in the early '40s." You're absolutely right. There was originally a white Mr. Terrific. However, however, the black Mr. Terrific isn't a derivative of him because that character died. He was in a different. It was just like it was just like it's just like the Barry Allen that we know and love. I mean, sorry, the Flash that we know and love, Barry Allen, was not the original Flash. Jay Garrick was the original Mr. Terrific from the golden age of comics. But they were two different types of folks. And again, Jay Garrick had ended up, you know, depending on which storyline we're talking about, that died, and Barry Allen became the new Flash in the Silver Age. As a matter of fact, that was that was the first that was actually the first multiverse in the comics, was called A Flash of Two Worlds, when they showed Barry Allen meeting the Jay Garrick from the '40s. That was the first that was the first comic book crossover multiverse hijinks, was A Flash of Two Worlds, where Barry Allen met Jay Garrick. But nowadays we know, when we think of the Flash, no one thinks of Jay Garrick. They think of Barry Allen. Same thing with Mr. Terrific. They don't think of that Mr. Terrific from the golden era, the golden age era. They think of the black Mr. Terrific. So technically he's not a derivative in the same way that Barry Allen isn't a derivative of Jay Garrick. So, but whatever. I love the character. Carlin says, "Yep, Batman was hitting people with his car. Well, he was killing them with his car in Batman versus Superman. He wasn't hitting them; he was killing them." Look, if a Sherman tank hits you, you're not surviving that. And it's not. And again, it's not moving at like a little slow speed. Like if it's fully speeding, like if the Batmobile is racing at like, I don't know, I'm gonna say 200 200 miles per hour, or somewhere around that 200, maybe not as much as 200, but let's say around 200 miles per hour, or even close to that, and it's basically fortified like a freaking tank. You are no longer alive when it hits you, guaranteed. Even when the even when the old 1989 Batmobile hit someone, they're not surviving that. Real CP says their nonsensical tactic. They play with women and minority tactics when women are considered minorities, and various minorities is extremely broad. He's got laugh sort of when they play that tactic. Yeah, it's just disingenuous, because I don't know why they lump women in with minorities when, again, women are neither an ethnic minority nor are they a numerical minority, because they actually outnumber men in the general population. Um, and women are not an ethnicity, so it's like calling them minority, giving them minority status, it's just, it is a bit disingenuous. He's asked you a early question also. Sorry, I'm catching up with a lot of stuff, brother. Carter says Mashir Ali was not having it. Yeah, he. Funny thing though, he is doing a voiceover in the Marvel Zombies show that comes out next month. So I'm guessing he didn't full on quit Marvel. I guess. Well, he couldn't because he probably has a contract anyway. And usually to if you you know if you ask to be released from that contract, that's gonna mess up like if that's probably gonna set you back with your movie career and probably cost you some money because there might be like a penalty from getting released from your contract unless there's a moral clause. Like for instance, when Jonathan Winters is that what's his name? Jonathan Winters, when he was playing what's his name? And uh he, the thing that voided his contract with Marvel was he broke the morality clause. A lot of contracts like that will often have a morality clause, and that can um and and if you break that morality clause, that can invalidate a contract. So aside from that, like I said, I'm pretty sure even if um Mashar Ali decided not to go forth with playing Blade, he might still have he might be still contracted to do movies for Marvel or for Disney for a while. So he'll probably already been pre-signed into making doing like voiceovers and doing other stuff for Marvel. So he's going to be in the new Marvel Zombies as a well. He's going to do one of the voiceovers acting for the Marvel Zombies. But he's not playing Blade though. He's playing. They showed it in the trailer if you want to see it. I don't want to give that away. Carlin says Pattinson didn't want to hit the gym. Yeah, he didn't. Like, no, I mean, and I'm serious. I wasn't even joking. Like, he literally said that in an interview back in 2021 when they were still before the film had been released. He said he wasn't. He said he was staying fit because he had to. People were worried that he was gonna look out of shape. He was saying that he was staying fit, but that he wasn't trying to body build to portray his version of Bruce Wayne and Batman. Like, but you're too small. Like you're not. And what makes it worse is I think he's vegan in real life. I think Robert Pattinson is vegan, and it's like you're not gonna look convincing as Batman when you're not bodybuilding and you're a vegan. Like what the fuck? He still looks like an emaciated vampire. On top of that, not only was his Batman bad, his Bruce Wayne was worse. Like he wasn't even a convincing Bruce Wayne. Bru- Bruce Wayne has a lot of internal turmoil, so he plays the facade of as a confident, cocky playboy. But that is his facade. But for him to be emo as Bruce Wayne, it doesn't. It make it. It breaks down the suspension. It breaks down the suspension that people will have that this person could be Batman because it makes it more believable that a billionaire recluse who's emo plays this dark vigilante. It's like the reason people would have never connected Bruce Wayne to Batman is because Batman is a gravelly, mooding, is he is a the gravelly voice. He's moody and brooding. He's antisocial, whereas Bruce Wayne is very pro-social, outgoing, charismatic, charming, and cocky, and that's part of his facade. And it's like making Bruce Wayne mood, making him emo didn't that didn't add to making the character seem more realistic, because his whole Bruce Wayne is a facade for him. So, but whatever. I'm not gonna keep beating up on that movie. What's up, Gavin? Gavin Gibson says in Batman the Animated Series, Joker commits insurance fraud and hires a new Harley who can't even remember his name. I kind of remember that episode, not too much. I've been for the past 2 years. I said I was going to rewatch the whole original Batman the Animated Series up until where it ended around, I think, uh 1995, and then they started doing the new adventures of Batman and Robin. Um, and it was the same content. It continued the continuity of the Batman the Animated Series, but the difference was the animation. Like they started using cheaper animation in the new adventures of Batman and Robin, but it was still the same. It was still continuous with Batman the Animated Series. But I said I would watch the original seasons up in, I think which ended in '95, I believe. But I haven't caught up on it yet. I've watched several episodes and not enough. I know it's on Prime, but I'm not paying for Prime just for one or two shows. So I have it on my Cinema HD, but Cinema HD has not been working very well in the past year and a half. I think they just can't get quality streams on it anymore. I might have to end up going to a torrent site, because piracy is the new streaming. I'm I'm joking, but that literally, like, that is kind of true. Like, piracy has become the new streaming. So Carlin says the Adam West Batmobile was trash. I don't think. Nah, you think so? I don't. I No. I actually like the Batmobile from the Adam West Batman. Was actually kind of cool. It, like, put it this way: if you got a chance to ride in the Batmobile, the 1966 Batmobile for a day, tell me you wouldn't do it, because I know I would. I would definitely ride in the 1966 Batmobile for a day. It was cool. I liked it. It wasn't my favorite Batmobile, but it's definitely in my top five. Like I said, number one is obviously the 1989 Batmobile. Um, Number two would be the one from the Batman the animated series. And no, yeah, I would say number three would be the Adam West one. Number four would be um, the one from the Dark Knight trilogy, because that was a freaking tank. The one from Batman versus Superman was similar to the one from the Dark Knight trilogy, where it was more like a tank than a car. But number five would actually be the Batmobile from the Batman, because in that one they kind of took it back to the '70s, where Bruce Wayne was using a Batmobile that was more like a regular car. When he moved out of the Batcave, and he was living in a penthouse apartment in Wayne Enterprises, sort of like in that's what happened in the movie The Dark Knight, when his when his mansion got burned down, while while the mansion was being reconstructed, he was living in a penthouse in at the top of Wayne Enterprises. Tell me, how cool is that to have your own skyscraper with a penthouse apartment in it? That's, and that's the, and then and your penthouse apartment has its own elevator that goes into parts of the building that only you can access. Man. But yeah, that'll be my top five Batmobile. So number one is the 1989 Batmobile. Two would be the one from Batman the Animated Series. Three would be the Adam West 1966 Batmobile. Number four would be the one from the Dark Knight, and then number five will be the one from the 2022 The Batman. So Gavin said, yeah, those were amazing. Carter says, don't get me wrong. He said, I'll still drive it. The 89 Batmobile's on another level. Yeah, facts. Gavin says, Globetrotters and the Loch Ness Monster. I don't remember. I don't remember the Scooby Doo episode with the Loch Ness Monster that much. I might have to I might have to rewatch the old Scooby Doo as well. But that whole season, because that was a whole different season. It was called the Scooby Doo Mysteries, and that was like a whole season where they were just like where the episodes formed like a mini, like a little mini storyline for each one. And it was like there was the one with Batman, the one with the Globetrotters, the Loch Ness Monster one I don't remember too well. But the Scooby Doo Mysteries were like my favorite. That was like my favorite stuff until they released the 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo back in '85. Was it '85? Yeah, 80 back in '85 to '86. The 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo. I really like that because it was like a whole new spin on Scooby Doo they never did, where instead of them catching people pretending to be ghosts, they actually had to capture real ghosts. That was cool. We New Creator said, "What's up? What's going on?" Carlin says X-Men '97 was fire. It was, yeah. Um, this is Contrarian was knocking out these trolls left and right. She ain't playing with y'all. Most of these, like I said, most of these trolls are losers. Like they're up all night. They drink Mountain Dew or soda all night. They don't. They're physically. They're mentally ill. They're physically unfit. They're ugly. They're fat. They can't. They got no one to fuck. Um, and they got the nerves to be. And they think, you know, bothering content creators is gonna give them some sort of happiness in their life. Just go end your lives. I'm serious. I don't care. I had to say it so I don't get demonetized. But yeah, go end your lives. Like stop. Like stop trying to hurt other people because you're hurt. Just either do better or end yourself. Yeah. Anyway, Big Drago says we need a new Batman game. They, th- oh, so you haven't heard? They're releasing a new Batman game. It's a Lego Batman game with using Arkham. It's all right. They're fusing the Arkham games with Lego Batman. So if you want a new Batman game, you got a new Batman game coming to you. Check if you don't believe me. Once you, I don't know if you're still on my live or whatever. Go. The trailer is here on YouTube. There's a new Batman Lego game, and it's following the play from the Arkham games. So think about that. You're getting Batman Lego with the Arkham games combined. So if you want new Batman, you got new Batman games. Told you guys, I told you, ask me Batman questions, I will give you Batman answers. Carter says even not comic book fans would react favorably to the bat signal. Yeah, you said oh, I'm sorry, even non comic book fans would react favorably. Oh, definitely, because he. That's why I said Batman, Superman, and Spider Man are the biggest superheroes in the world because their popularity goes beyond comic books. Uh, Carl says Fast and Furious and Transformers. I can see that happen. Look, at this point, nothing Fast Furious does could surprise me. I mean, look, e- each of the last three movies just got exceedingly more ridiculous. First, they they were launching the cars out of buildings in Dubai. Like they were literally jumping cars between skyscrapers in Dubai. I was like, okay, that's ridiculous. Then it got worse. Then they had cars fighting submarines in the North Pole. I'm like, come on, what? You got cars on sleds fighting fighting submarines or whatever in the North Pole. I'm like, this can't get any dumber. Oh no, it got dumber. Then they retrofitted the cars to be spaceships in outer space. I'm like, all right, now I'm done. They clearly at this point they jumped the shark. they they have jumped the shark. Like for me, they had jumped the shark with the because I can only suspend so much belief unless it's like a sci-fi film, and even with a sci-fi film, there's still a level of belief suspension that you know I can't go past. But by the time they were jumping cars between skyscrapers in Dubai, I was like, yeah, they jumped the shark. So I didn't think it could get worse than that. And then it just got worse when they had the cars on sled on I mean not on sleds. I'm sorry. They had the cars on skis in the North Pole or South Pole, whatever it was. I'm like, this is crazy. I was like, I thought they jumped the shark with the with the cars jumping between skyscrapers. Clearly, they could go farther. And I was like, okay, it can't get any dumber than them having cars on skis and fighting in the Arctic. But oh no, then they made them into spaceships and were literally in outer space. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. How did you go from the first movie where they were pulling heists on they, they had them pulling heist on on trucks, which is realistic, to cars being turned into spaceships. So at this point, I completely believe that Fast and Furious could do a crossover with Transformers. They could do a crossover with Men in Black. They could do. They were originally going to do a crossover though. They were going to do a crossover with the movie franchise. Um, I forgot what they called, but it was the movie franchise that was a reboot of the TV show where the kids were where the cops would pretend to be teenagers. Um, that's where Johnny Depp got his start from. I forgot the name of that. New no. Um, I was about to say New Jack City, not New Jack City. I forgot. So one of you might remember, but I think originally Fast and Furious was going to do a crossover with them a few years ago, and then they didn't do it. Um, but at this point, yeah, they could definitely do a crossover with Transformers or something equally ridiculous. Carden says Bonanza. Yeah, Bonanza was big in the '60s. I've I remember watching a few episodes as a kid. It bored the shit out of me. I'm not gonna even lie. Um, I watched a few episodes of Bonanza as a kid. It just bored the hell out of me. I'm like, what is this crap? And it's not because it was a western, because I actually did like westerns as a kid. Like, um, I like I like the movie well the '80s reboot of the movie The Lone Ranger. Uh, I like the Lone Ranger. I went to go see the movie Silverado in the movies. I went to go see that Black Cowboy movie. Um, what's it called? The I forgot, but I went to go see that in the movies in the '90s. Um, Tombstone is one of my favorite movies. I still love that movie. That to me that was to me that is the best, probably one of, if not the best, one of the best cowboy movies I ever seen was Tombstone. It's not historically accurate. I know people have pointed out that a lot of stuff about Wyatt Earp and all that stuff wasn't historically correct, but Tombstone is still one of my favorite movies. It's one of those movies I plan on showing Mrs. Contrarian next. I just gotta find where I just gotta find what streaming service has it. But I told her I wanted her to see that as well. Carter says people are having liberal agenda fatigue in movies. Yeah. Again, I don't. I don't even think it's the identity politics. It's the fact that identity politics is put in place of good story, of good, of good, of good writing. Like people will put up with politics that they may not necessarily agree with in a movie that's written well. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of liberals love the Dark Knight movies, but a lot of the themes are conservative if you look at it. Like, or alternatively, alternatively, a lot of conservatives like the Dark Knight, and there are liberal themes in it as well. When you look at the Dark Knight, it's basically looking at it, it, it's a lens into the paranoia people felt about terrorism at the time in the early 2000s. The Joker was basically a representation of terrorism in the early 2000s and people's fear towards that, right? The Harvey Dent Act in Dark Knight Rises was supposed to be uh, an uh, an analogy to the Patriot Act. So, and then look at what they did when Batman foiled the Joker's ruse when he wanted um, those two ships to blow each other up, and he said, unless either one of you decided to do it, I'm gonna blow up both of them. And remember, it was the black guy played by um, rest in peace to Tiny Lister Jr. His character came in. He was an ex like one ship was all a ship of criminals being sent to Iron Heights prison, right? And he was the only one who stepped up and said, "We're not going to blow these people up." I mean, he didn't say that, but he was like, "You know what you got to do, but you don't have the courage to do it. Give it to me. I can do it." And when we all first watched the film, we were all thinking, "Oh, he's going to press the button and blow up the other ship." That's what everyone thought. But aha, he flipped it, and he didn't press the button. He tossed he tossed the remote away and wouldn't and showed that he wasn't going to succumb to that. He wasn't going to play into that game. So when think so it's not liberal agenda fatigue. It's bad story writing fatigue. This is why I said it's a part of it. The identity politics is a part of it because remember I said that is a third factor, but that wasn't the main thing. The main thing is mediocre film fatigue. Again, Marvel films, because of all the goodwill they built up from 2008 to 2019, thought that they could get away with releasing mediocre movies just by virtue of it being a Marvel film. And like I said, they got away with that for the first year or so. But it after a while it's like, no, you gotta actually give people good films. You can't just drift on the nostalgia of people have for the films you've done for the past 15 years and not give people still and not keep putting in the quality, right? So it was more mediocre film fatigue because, like I said, if they put politics into it that people may not necessarily agree with, if it was written well and you had likable characters, then it would have worked. But because, like I said, I'm pretty sure people who watched The Dark Knight was a good film because both liberals and conservatives liked it, and both liberals and conservatives could see their own views being portrayed in the film, right? And how to this day people are still writing about the Dark Knight trilogy and specifically about the Dark Knight film within the Dark Knight trilogy. Like there's still people writing these doing these little theses on YouTube videos like deconstructing the movie since 2008. I'm like, come on guys, why are y'all still trying to philosophize and deconstruct this movie ad nauseum as if we haven't seen 1,000 people doing the same thing. Like there's literally people still on YouTube still making videos trying to dissect and analyze the Dark Knight. Like it's over and done with, bruh. Come on. But no, it just shows how good it is. But a lot of these movies today don't have that depth, and they're not written well. And in place of good writing, they just do they just pander. They just do a bunch of diversity pandering, using that as a stand-in for good writing. So much, I mean, like even the writers, they don't even hire good writers. They literally just hire writers who resemble the characters they want to be in the stories. And you're not going to win that way. So it's like I said, it's mediocre films fatigue, it's franchise film fatigue, and it's a frustration with pushing identity politics over making a good film. Like I said, if you make a really good film, it has it has really strong writing, people are gonna like it even if they don't necessarily agree with the politics being pushed in it. You like if you look at a lot of movies from the past that you really enjoyed, you might realize that you don't agree with a lot of the subtle messages being pushed in those films, but you didn't care because it was such a well done film. It was well written. It had a it was believable. The characters were convincing and or likable. But these Marvel films weren't like that since 2019. Clipper says, "Do you have Tubi?" Yeah, Tubi is free, brother. He said you should watch Theft of the Black Gods. I haven't heard of that. Wait. Yes, I have. I actually did hear that. I don't remember what it's about, but yeah, I actually did hear about that. Um, Carlton says I'm low key having Spider-Man movie fatigue. How many times we got to do this damn origin? Well, they didn't. Remember, part of the part of what made Spider-Man Homecoming so good is they didn't do an origin story. Marvel, well, Kevin Feige, um, to his credit, said we don't need another origin story, and James Gunn literally said that, um, like 3 months ago. He said three characters we never need to see an origin story again for is Superman, Batman, and Spider Man. Again, they are the three most popular superhero characters in the world, which means that people even outside of comic book fans know about these characters in the popular mass media. People know their stories. Like no one needs to see their origins on film again. And Kevin Feige picked up on that when they made Spider-Man: Homecoming back in 2017. Like yeah, I remember going to see that film with my wife. Um, and I was telling it because it was in Washington D.C., but we, that's when we were living in the Philippines. And I was telling her, I was like, I live near D.C. I said all these, I was because for her this was like, everyone in the Philippines, most of them never been to America, much less to Washington D.C. So I was telling her, I was like, I've been to all these places he's in the movie, like dozens, if not hundreds of times in DC, like the Washington Monument, all those places. And she was like, "Oh, okay." But uh, yeah, you didn't have an origin story. Like you didn't have to see an origin of um his uncle dying and all. Like they didn't do any of that. Like, and they did the same thing with Superman. In Superman, they no longer did a origin story. Instead, they just did a scroll down explaining what was going on. Also, because Henry Cavill told James Gunn he was a Star Wars fan, so they decided to do the scrolling screen uh, thing like in Star Wars, not which was cool. And I'm pretty sure when he releases his new Batman movie, he also said there's not going to be an origin story for that either in the film. We don't need an origin story for those three comic book characters ever again. It's been done so much. Um, so yeah, they're not. I don't think they will be seeing a Spider-Man origin again on film. Clipper says, "How do you feel about Darwin?" I don't know what part you and what point you jumped into the live stream, but I'm talking about Batman. I'm not talking about random stuff today. Not to be rude. Carter says, with your martial arts skill set, you could work on some of those movie productions. Man, I wish that would be fun. You mean like as a choreographer, or you mean just like as a well, either way, like I don't know about the choreography, but I guess as a technical advisor, definitely I could. As a technical advisor, yeah, I definitely could. I I could definitely assist in that. Choreography is different. Like film fighting choreography is sort of like almost like a dance. So probably not with the fighting choreography, but I could be a technical advisor. He's though I can give you the reason why black superheroes have electric powers. It's deep. so so yeah, Black Panther was giving the clan that work. Right. And the funny thing is, like I said, that in that storyline where Black Panther was given the clan those hands, that was written by Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby did that. And they asked because like I said, he got pushback at the time. Mind you, this was in the late 60s. Late 60s or early 70s, whichever. And he got some pushback for it, saying, "Don't you think this is going too far?" He was like, "No, not at all." Jack Kirby's like, "No, not at all." So, Donnie DiCaprio says, "Have you seen the Invincible cartoon series? It's badass and hella gruesome." Yeah, I've seen it. It's okay, but again, I don't like movies. Well, I don't. I'm sort of done with the whole evil super evil Superman thing. Like we already have a evil Superman in The Boys. We got an evil Superman in Invincible. We had an evil Superman. Well, we had an evil Superboy in Brightburn. And it's like if people saw the movie Brightburn, then we had another evil Superman with um, the Thunder. Damn, what are their names? The guys, what was the MCU movie? The I watched the movie. I still can't remember their names. That's just how inconsequential they are. I'm gonna go to my Disney Plus to remember their names. Sorry, it was that bad. The can't remember their daggone names. But yeah, I mean, I don't like I like traditional superhero comic books. I don't like stuff where you have these anti superheroes, like in the boys where all the superheroes are bad, or what is the name of this? I'm looking it up now because I literally can't remember the Thunderbolts. Yeah, that's it. It's the Thunderbolts. I can remember the names. I just can't care. I don't care about the characters. Again, and when you watch the Thunderbolts, it's actually not a bad movie. The reason why it doesn't do well because it's not a mediocre film, so it doesn't face that criticism. The reason why Thunderbolts isn't a good movie is because again, it's using characters that aren't likable. Like you still have to use likable characters, like except for the Winter Soldier. None of those characters were likable. Like Yelena with her little corny Russian accent that sound like something anyone could do. I want to talk Russian. Like anyone can put on that. Like they said, she actually worked with of a dialect coach to affect a realistic Russian accent. But that I'm sorry, that does not sound like a real Russian accent to me. Now I've been around Russians, and I mean, I guess you could say they were Americanized, but it, ugh, her accent sounds so fake. Like none of those characters were likable. You had the and then the Red Guardian, like the Red Guardian was not. They turned him into a joke in Black Widow and in Thunderbolts, but he was like a serious character in the Marvel comics. But they turned him into a joke, so it's like, eh. And the Ghost, no one cared about her. Um, and then the little Timu Captain America, he uh, Brandon of Palm Beach says, hello, how are you tonight? Welcome to see you from Florida. Thank you. I need to go to bed, guys. Oh my God, it's 3 o'clock. I didn't know it was that late. All right, I'm gone. I was trying to catch up with all these um with the chat, but yeah, it's about time for me to hit the hay, guys. Where did I? But yeah, Invincible. I'll watch Invincible. It's kind of okay. Plus, I like the actor who plays Invincible because he used to play Glenn on The Walking Dead. Um, but the it, put it this way, it's not going to make me go to the comic book store and buy an Invincible comics because I don't. It's not my cup of tea. But I will watch the show. Although I'm hoping that the show doesn't do something that happens in the comic book, which I've read about. I didn't read the comic book, but I've read about what happens to Invincible in the comics, and I'm hoping that doesn't happen on the car on the TV show. Uh, but again, I was talking about Batman Day, guys, so that's what this was the conversation about. Carlin says, I think Batman deleted Bane with his Batmobile and Dark Knight. Um, no, you don't remember in the Dark Knight Rises, Cat that was Catwoman. She shot him with his with the bat cycle. She was like, "Yeah, I'm just not as strong about the that no kill thing like you are." Yeah, I think that was Catwoman that did that. She was like, "Yeah, I'm just not, and I'm not." She's like, "I'm just not as committed to that whole no kill thing like you are." That- so yeah, Steve Owensby says, "Do you like Batman?" Apparently so. Apparently so. Apparently so. um, Colin says the '67 Batmobile is better than the '97 Batmobile. Oh yeah, the '90. Ugh, the '97 Batmobile was ugly as hell. It just looked weird. It just mm-mm. you. That's why I purposely didn't mention the '97 Batmobile because it's so ugly. I didn't even want to mention it. That's why I was. I'll take the 1966 Batmobile over the '97 one any day. I literally would not want to drive that thing. It looks. So yeah, the Robert Pattinson Batmobile was clean. Yeah, that joint was nice. And I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna even hold you. The car chase scene that was good. The car chasing with him and the penguin. Yeah, that was good. Can't front on that. Carnes and Scooby Doo and the Fat Albert crossover. Oh yeah, I don't. I'm trying to. Was wait, because I'm trying to remember. It. Look, we're talking about something I haven't watched in 40 years. Hmm. Fat Albert cross. I don't see. That's what I'm saying. I don't remember all the crossover. I just remember that whole season called the New Scooby Doo Movies, the Scooby Doo Movie Mysteries. I think it was like a crossover with each one. And like I said, the two best known crossovers I remember was Batman and the whole Harlem Globetrotters. I don't remember the other crossovers, but damn, Fat Albert. Oh, by the way, they got a Scooby Doo kids meal for Burger King right now. If anyone's interested in that, for Halloween, and they all the characters get like a little mask to put over their face. Is either that or they also have like a Burger King Halloween bucket similar. They're trying to bite off the McBoo buckets from McDonald's, but they have like a Burger King Halloween bucket. I might get one though. He said, "Do we count Joe Clark from Lean on Me as a variant of Batman?" No, no. He said they called me Crazy Joe. Now they can call me Batman. No, we not, no, we not counting him as a variant of Batman. What we're going to count him as? He's Lucius Fox. He's Lucius Fox. No, Joe Clark became Lucius Fox. 21 Jump Street. Yep, that's thank you. 21 Jump Street. They originally were going to make a sequel where they did a crossover, but I've heard some I've read that it was gonna be a crossover with Men in Black, which would have been weird. Then I think I heard it was gonna be a crossover with Fast and the Furious, which back then I would have thought was weird, but Fast and the Furious has already jumped the shark. So by this, like I said, nothing else they can do can surprise me because once you once you once you sent uh cars into outer space, I'm no. Carlos is a choreographer, technical advisor, or actor. I would love to be an actor, definitely. But if it was behind the scenes, I wouldn't mind that either. As like a technical advisor, choreographer, like I said, that would be harder because choreography is sort of like you're composing a dance routine. and that's actually hard. I could be a technical advisor to the choreographer, like, look, this is what you do, because but usually the choreographers are fight are like martial arts experts themselves. Usually, I think, um, but then other times they still may have a technical advisor. Especially, usually you'll have a technical advisor for like a fight movie if it's for a specific martial art, like they want someone on scene that actually is an expert in that style. So like they say, well, we need an expert in, I don't know, Muay Thai or Jeet Kune Do or something, or whatever. Like, I'd be happy to help, but then I will also go to my coaches who are experts as well, just to make sure I'm doing the right thing. I'm showing them the right thing. I will go to my coaches who are um, masters in those styles. Oh, good. Streamlabs caught someone being a schmuck. People forget, not only do I have Mrs. Contrarian, I also got a AI moderator. So, mm, 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 mm. Okay, I gotta go because we got all these retards coming on this on the channel. So I gotta go, and I didn't realize it was so late. Cardinal says people say that the Sentry is the most powerful comic book character of all time. Is that true? Um, he is powerful, but um he's not more powerful than Franklin Richards, which is why I don't know if you saw Fantastic Four, but in the movie, Galactus wanted to take Franklin Richards from the Invisible Woman because there's in an alternative storyline, Franklin Richards becomes the Galactus. Um, but Franklin Richards is probably one of the most powerful characters in Marvel, aside from like the one above all. And well, you got the one above all, of course, who's the most powerful character of all. He's the Christian god of Marvel. Um, and he looks physically like Jack Kirby. um, then you have the character right. Then you have then you got a few other characters, but no, Sentry isn't the most powerful. He's as far as superpowers, yes. He As far as like superheroes, he's the most powerful. But like could just Franklin Richards can literally just rewrite reality. That's how powerful Franklin Richards is. He can just literally just rewrite reality with a thought. Sentry can't. Sentry is nowhere near that. And plus, like I said, Sentry is just like a evil. He's like a not evil necessarily. He has an evil part of him, but he's like a schizophrenic version of an overpowered Superman. So it's like I'm just so tired of the whole flawed evil Superman type tropes. Like I said, with Invincible and The Boys and Brightburn and some other stuff. Like, I'm done with that. Mm-mm-mm. He said this streamer's using AI. Yeah, because I need a I need a moderator to help me with retards. So anyway, people say, where did that? He said Fantastic Four jumped the whole Sharknado. No, Fantastic Four stuck with like that was pretty on par with unless FF stands for something else. Fantastic Four did not jump the Sharknado. Fantastic Four reached back into its campy beginnings in the Silver Age. Both both DC Studios and Marvel Studios decided to reach back into the Silver Age, into a campier, less self-serious point in comics, because and both neither movie needed you to know anything else prior to those movies. One, because again, people had franchise movie fatigue. People don't want to watch 20 movies to know what's going to happen in a new movie. People are getting tired of that. Like, people don't want to watch 22 movies in Marvel in the MCU to know what's going to happen in this current movie. It's no longer enjoyable when it's like you got to do homework to see the movie. This is franchise fatigue. And then again, um, the whole people are getting tired of the self seriousness of these grounded superhero films. So they reached back into the Silver Age when comic books were their zaniest, and it was like one of the most beloved eras of comic books. So Fantastic Four was not was not jumping the shark. It was just going back to its original roots. It's only jump you only jump in the shark. And by the way, the term jumping the shark comes from the the TV show Happy Days, and it refers to when the Fonz Fonzarelli, there was an episode when he literally jumped over a shark. And they call it jump the shark because that meant the moment that the show had been on for so long that that it passed its high mark, that it was doing too much to and became a parody of itself. That became that moment when the Fonz jumped the shark in Happy Days became a moment known in TV and film as jumping the shark for when a show gets past itself, like like it becomes a parody of itself because it's gone beyond its original its original content. Like, that's what happened with Fast and the Furious. Oh, I'm sorry. He said Fast and the Furious. Oh, you're talking about Fast and the Furious, not Fantastic Four. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Cardboard down. Yeah, no, but you're absolutely right. Yeah. He said they jumped the whole Sharknado. But by the way, Shark. Can we acknowledge the Sharknado was great? Like, people will say Sharknado was so corny and unrealistic, but that was the point. Sharknado was intention. See, Sharknado can't be a parody of itself because Sharknado was already made to be campy. I love the like every year there was a new Sharknado movie. I was looking to see how if they were gonna outdo how stupid the last movie was, and I was not disappointed. Each year it just got dumber and dumber, but it was the difference why people liked it was because it was intentionally dumber and dumber. But yeah, Sharknado was the shit. But yeah, you're right. Fast and the Furious jumped the whole Sharknado. matter of fact, matter of fact, that could be a crossover that Fast and the Furious could do. They could literally do a crossover with Sharknado, and at this point, people would just believe it. As long as you throw Vin Diesel and The Rock in it again, and Tyrese, if he's not sitting there crying about his ex-wife, put Ludacris in there, and is Ludacris the only one? I'm sorry. I think is Ludacris like the only one from the Fantastic Four that's well adjusted in real life? See, I don't know. Well, no. Well, Vin Diesel doesn't have problems in real life, but he's just I don't know. But anyway, And the funny thing is, the whole beef between him and The Rock. I thought Vin Diesel was the one who started it. Find out it was actually The Rock being a jerk. I was surprised. I was so convinced it was Vin Diesel that was the jerk between the two of them, but no, it was not that it was. I'm sure there was a bit of BS on both ends, but The Rock was sort of the bigger of the two jerks in that conflict between them, that little unnecessary beef. The Rock was starting to feel himself a little bit too much, which I don't know why, because he's played basically the same character for the last 20 years. He's basically been just a different version of himself for the past 20 years in films. People are starting to get tired of that. I think that's why he's doing this new movie as this MMA legend, because I forgot the name of the character that he's playing. I mean the name of the person he's playing who was a real life MMA fighter, but this seems like the first time he's actually playing a character that's not just himself for the past 20 years, because he's basically just played a different version of himself for the past 20 years in movies. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Carver said there's just a delay. Slum scroll back. He's answering questions. I mean, if he didn't get that I'm just behind in questions, that's a pox on his house. Like obviously, I'm answering questions from the delay because I go on such long rants. And I don't get how, like, it doesn't make sense if I'm in a how am I AI if I'm doing a live stream? Someone never took computer applications, did they? Like, stupid. But I expect retarded people in the middle of the night. Anywho, Carlin said I thought Phoenix was the most powerful. No, she's not. She's a elemental force of nature in Marvel, but no. Again, put it this way: you can be as powerful as you want to be, but you can't compete with a character who can just literally rewrite you out, can literally just write you out of existence. Not only that, he could just end your universe and restart a new universe at will. That's how powerful Franklin Richards is. He can rewrite reality. So no matter how powerful another character is, like like Phoenix is a cosmic level entity. Galactus is a cosmic being with um but they can't compare to Franklin Richards. Like, again, Franklin Richards can just rewrite reality at will. Like, you can't compete with that. And there's very few characters on that level, except for like the top of the top. Um, Carver says no. I like Fantastic Four a lot. I was talking about Fast and Furious. I got it. I'm sorry. I did catch that originally because you said FF. I'm thinking Fantastic Four. Not realize you were saying Fast and the Furious. He said I knew that would happen after the Franklin Richards answer. Just as long time no see, man. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing okay. You don't sound too good from last time I seen you. Huh? Yeah. Don't know what to say on that one. Um, mm, mm, mm. He said, "Oh, good. There's a delay for me, so I'm responding way after your answer, but I'm enjoying your takes." Carlos says, "Sharnado made so much money." I know. Um, plus, they got to make it on the cheap on was it a Sci-Fi Channel? But yeah, he said, "Yeah, Sharknado was wild. They knew exactly what they were doing." Once they had what's that black chick? Once they had her on there, I'm like, yeah. Let me stop. But yeah, Um, um, anyway, getting back to Batman Day, because I'm not answering any questions about Tyler Perry's Fanuc self. Um, yeah, Rock is unhinged. I don't think he's unhinged. He's just a jerk. He's been feeling himself, and that's why he got into that beef with Vin Diesel. He's thought he was a superstar. Uh, Carboy says the slums that slums had a bone to pick. I don't know. Well, he was just a random troll. Look, a lot of these people who stay up all night, and I'm not saying necessarily you guys, but a lot of people who stay up at night um, tend to be neurodivergent or have mental health problems, and that's why they act like they do. Plus, when you have the veil of anonymity, it when people think they have the veil of anonymity online, it provokes them to do things they wouldn't say or do in real life interactions with people. And that's what I say. I'm not really bothered by trolls because most trolls are losers in real life, and I know they couldn't fight me. Like, obviously, they haven't seen a lot of my other content showing that I'm a martial arts expert and an army veteran. And it's like, yeah, you really don't want it with me in real life. So I can't take trolls seriously because I know they pose no actual physical threat to me whatsoever in my real life. Whereas some of these other YouTubers probably they're like weak men, but I'm dyed in the wool like red meat eating sort of person. So they don't really bother me. When they can walk through Baltimore to get at me, then I'll be worried. Until then, yeah, I'm not worried what they think. Said Mark Kerr, aka the Smashing Machine Boss. Oh, that's what it was named, Mark Kerr. Right, 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 right. Thank you. He said, "What's your pick for DCU Batman?" I don't know. I know a lot of people want what's the actor's name to play him? I can't remember. I I don't know. I'm no I'm pretty sure they're gonna pick someone younger though to play the. I think they want a younger Batman. But then I don't know because since he's gonna have Damian as a son, he has to be up a few years for it to be believable that he had a son. He can't be like a 25. Well, I mean, he can't be like a 25-year-old Batman with a 10-year-old Robin, Damian Wayne. So, um, I don't know. Most of the people who I would have liked him, who I who I would like to have played Batman, are probably already old to play the role now. So I'm not sure who I would pick. Ariella says, "Are you Batman?" But anyway, guys, I gotta go save Gotham. I mean, I gotta go to sleep. So I will talk to you guys later. Happy Batman Day, and we will talk to you later. Um, Christian Bale is your favorite. That's a good one. My favorite is Michael Keaton, but my second favorite is Christian Bale. And since I don't often get to do fun live streams. I normally talk about social and political commentary, but I like doing fun stuff like this. The reason being, if a lot of you didn't know why I was discussing Batman today or yesterday, as it was when I originally started this stream, is because September 20th was Batman Day for 2025. And I think they were giving discounts if you wanted to stream a lot of those movies. Also, there's a new Batman comic that is a crossover with Marvel called Deadpool and Batman. So it just came out last week, I think September 13th. So you guys should pick up a Deadpool and Batman comic book. I am too. I just didn't go to the comic book store today, but I will be getting one maybe later today, the Sunday, or later this week. But I will be getting one because my birthday is coming up September 26th. If you guys want, send me a cash app so I can go get my Batman stuff. The link is in the description, uh, which is $ just a contrarian, or you can give me a super chat here or super thanks. If you haven't, please give me a like and a subscribe. I will be doing something fun later on today as well. So since I did Batman Day today, I'm going to be showing you guys all my collectibles. He's just one of them. I will be showing you all my collectibles later today. So check that out. Oh, and there's my Cash App if you guys want to give me a birthday, if you want to give me a little birthday shout out, that's my Cash App. So thanks, guys. And again, don't forget to subscribe. Streamlabs is on point. I love it. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Ariella. Hope you show up again. I will be doing this, well, not this late. Probably somewhere around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because I'll be too tired to be moving around all my collectibles this time of night or this time in the morning, whichever you want to call it. Usually I would be waking up in an hour to go running, so mess that mess that sauce up. But all right. Hope to see you guys again. Thank you, Carlton. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks, Carlton. But yeah, man, that's definitely that is definitely going to my Deadpool Batman money because I'm getting that comic book. And then, like I said, in November they're going to do another one. This time it's going to be Batman and Deadpool. These are two separate stories. So the Deadpool and Batman one that just came out last week, I think most of the writers, it's a collaboration, but I think it's two sets of writers for Deadpool and Batman, and for Batman and Deadpool. And they got a whole bunch of variant covers. Like another thing, I saw people like going to the comic book store online, and they have so many variant covers. Like you can buy the main, like there's the main cover, then there's like a bunch of variant covers with like showing like Captain America and Wonder Woman, uh, Batman and Wolverine, Green Arrow and Daredevil. Um, it was a bunch of good variant covers by various artists. Oh, it had Joker and Doomsday. I mean, sorry, Joker and Doctor Doom. It like it. I think people really like that crossover. So anyway, guys, I'm out. Thank you. Thanks again, Carlton. And I'll see you guys later today when I show my collectibles. All right. Peace.